what is Nina Mata? Do you know Nina Mata?
Yes, I
Nina
do.
Mata? I said it wrong there.
Yeah, Nina.
It has a put an emoticon up that it looks like it's a fax machine. I think I'm not sure what that
Facts.
means.
Yeah, that's facts. That's just truth. Truth. Just that
Oh,
we're just saying good stuff right
oh,
now.
fax. Like okay, this you just called me out as being not very hip. Uh, you just you just you could have played it off and said like, oh, I don't know either, but no, you went and said, hey, Mark, you're not hip to the lingo. um, okay. Hello, everybody. Um, every time I do this, I don't know how I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start this time. It was a head tilt and a weird. Hello, everybody. Welcome to a Thursday evening of Gabbing Doodle. We are going to be having our guest join us in just a matter of a minute. I see, in fact, that they have joined the chat, or it says joined. I will wave back so he knows that I'm going to let him in a second. But wanted to first say welcome to everybody. We are looking at shoot. What was I going to say? Wow, I just lost it. It's okay. Tonight we have on a wonderful guest who I'm very excited to talk to because he's coming with a little bit of a different perspective than what I've had from guests in the past. And that guest, and I'll explain in 1 second. That guest is Shamar Knight-Justice here. You might know him from Big Tune, which is an amazing book all about sort of a dance and a festival in the streets, and there's as I was going through it the other day again to sort of refresh my memory, there was one little thing that I thought was, I know this is like so minimal probably to a lot of people, but the guy right there with the broom, something about that one just struck me as like super heartwarming. I don't know if it's like the expression or something of the sort, but that one really caught me the other day. One of the newer books here, Forever and Always. That is a beautiful sort of story of family and a little girl waiting for her father to come home after, if I remember correctly, because he is a, Shamar's going to help, hopefully this doesn't, I want to say an ambulance driver. I don't know why I'm blanking on that right now. And then repeat after me. And so Shamar's going to be joining us. But what makes Shamar sort of a special guest tonight, I've had people in the past who have been teachers and involved in, working at bookstores and things of the sort. But Shamar is a elementary school principal, which to me is such a cool and interesting sort of background in how that sort of manifests itself in these books. I think is going to be sort of a really interesting thing to hear. Now, for all I know, and he may go, it's the most boring thing in the world, but to me it's going to be interesting, and I hope it is to everybody else. So let me let our guest in, and we will get started for the night. Ooh. If he joins up. There we go. Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Your hair's, I feel like, okay, so I posted the picture of you on the ad, and then I saw, yeah, your hair got longer, and now it's even longer now.
So yeah, my hair, it just grows tremendously, and that's just a nod to me. I need to get an updated headshot. Like that was like a school picture that I took a few years ago, and I really liked it. So I've been like just still using that one, but I'm due for a new set of headshots to be able to reflect just how long my hair has grown.
I had a headshot for years that was when I was much skinnier and younger, and people would post that on things, and I'm like, that was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
That I took that photo. It's so ridiculous. Well, thank you for joining us tonight. This is wonderful to have you on. And I was sort of, I don't know if you caught what I was saying there, but I'm really sort of overjoyed with the the spirit of all the books that we have in house, and the the positivity that sort of comes from all of them. And one of the things that, like, I live in a world of making sort of silliness on a regular basis, but they don't always have the heartfelt, like the raw emotion that came through in a lot of your books. And so it's nice to have something that I think sort of speaks on a different level. And then, as I mentioned as well, just you coming from the background of being a principal in an elementary school, and how that like must either shape or warp your your perception of how kids interact with books. I'm really interested to hear tonight. So thank you for joining
Oh,
us.
appreciate it. Thank you for having me. I feel honored to be, just on this IG Live. I've seen so many great artists join this show, and just be able to have a great conversation with you. So I'm excited to jump in.
So I have one quick question first, and this perplexed me on the drive to work today. As a principal, you have to get up early and get into school, right?
Yes, very early. So the first huddle we have as a staff is at 7:17.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's an odd time too. 17, not like 7:20, not 7:50.
No. It's real specific. So you have to make it specific so people always have it glued to their mind, right? So it's very exact and like precise. And like when you're up that early, you have to be like, your brain has to shift to be able to engage and be ready to go.
So, I know that tonight might be stressful. You don't have to stay the whole time. Obviously, I know you got to get up early and be prepared for a multitude of happenings at school. So why don't you give a quick synopsis to those joining us as to sort of who you are, what you do, a little background. I mean, I know some of it, but I don't know, like, even your sort of the research that I was doing. I don't know sort of your history of getting into art. And sort of like where it sprung forth. And so if you could give us a little sense of that, that'd be cool.
Yeah, of course. So my name is Shamar Knight-Justice, picture book illustrator and principal. I really lean into my identity as an educator. This is my 15th year working in a school building. This is my 4th year as a principal. And before that, I spent 6 years as an assistant principal. So I definitely just love being in schools, love working with children, and love just the energy that school provides. And I'm not a traditionally trained artist. So I went to North Carolina A&T. It's a historically Black college in Greensboro, North Carolina. And there I studied marketing. So I was a business marketing major. I thought I was just going to grow up and be just an entrepreneur, or just like market other people's products. But I ended up volunteering at schools while I was at college. I just fell in love with being back in classrooms. So ended up joining a program called Teach for America right after graduating. Stayed in the classroom and loved school, and just ended up still, remaining there, and just enjoying the pace and the fun and the joy that comes with working with the children.
That's awesome that it sort of wasn't forced in a way. It was sort of a natural I was about to say natural progression, but the sort of like an unknown factor of just getting in the classroom, and then all of a sudden it connected for you in that sort of way. I mean, I had with college teaching, for me, it was the same thing. It was sort of just a one-off, thinking like, oh, I'll help out because they need someone to teach this one class. And all of a sudden it was immediately back to grad school. I want to do this all the time. Yeah. And it was something that I didn't know was in me at the time. I don't know if it was the same for you. Like if you were going for the marketing and the business side, did you know that you had the teacher mentality, or was that a sort of surprise?
I knew that I felt comfortable speaking in front of other people, but I was not a natural teacher. So teaching was really challenging for me in the beginning. It was so challenging that I ended up getting fired from my first teaching job in year 1, right?
Okay.
And I just had to I don't know, be really reflective in that moment, and just figure out like, hey, like, where did I go wrong in this? Ended up working at a different school the following year, but use that as part of my story. Just like, I can get better with this, right? Like, I didn't give it my best shot, or I just didn't approach it in a way that would make me successful. And I just came with a different energy in that second year. And it's an energy and a work ethic that I just kept, year after year after year, to be able to develop into a strong teacher that could just deliver quality lessons every day. And then eventually I wanted to just scale up a little bit and be able to have impact on multiple teachers and coach teachers and support them in their understanding of instruction. So I went from teaching to being a instructional coach to now where I'm leading a school.
I'm sure we can dive into it deeper. I don't want to focus too much on it now, but I do want to preface all of this as I do with everybody. And I noticed in the background, is that, and I'm wondering, because this is for my own personal take, is that a Christian Robinson like wall hanging back there?
Yes, it is. So once he had that collection drop at Target, my wife and I were like, yeah, we need to grab everything Christian Robinson, possible.
I don't remember that one because I have blankets and I have a wall hanging that's like text of his. Yeah. I don't even remember what it says. It says "You Matter." It's the one that just says "You Matter." That was based on the book and whatnot. But I don't remember that one. I was like, don't tell me that was like either one that I missed or two that you got an original like wall hanging from Christian. Like
no originals yet. No originals yet. But yeah, so yeah, just something just like inspiration, just keep me going, right? And just always just understanding just how fun it can be and then also how big it can get at the same time.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll preface this here real quick, which is basically we're gonna chat tonight. Conversation go any which direction you want. If you don't want to talk about anything, just feel free to tangent and go wherever we go. And since I know I'm super appreciative of your time, especially for someone that has to wake up early in the morning. Most of the time I have people on who are like, yeah, I can sleep in the morning, but I feel your pain. There's you don't have that option. So feel free if you need to drop off at any point. Don't hesitate. Just say, hey, I got to go. You don't have to give a reason. You can just say, hey, I got to go. And I'll completely understand. And then my wife documents all this stuff. She does the hard work. She's up listening to this and has to listen to me every single week and document what everybody says. But one of the things that she likes to put down is what people use. So if you're going digital, which I know you do a lot of digital, if you're using traditional stuff, whatever materials you're using so people can reference it. So can you give me a quick sort of run through of what we're working with tonight?
Yeah, so what I'm working with tonight, I'm actually going physical, right? So doing collage work. So I have some different scrap paper that I'm working with. Some of these pieces are, so my art teacher at my school gifted me with these. These were like scholar throwaways where they were like experimenting with colors and paint and everything. And he was like, these textures are like something I think you would probably use. So I was like, yep, let me go ahead and take those. So I'm using collage paper, like scrap paper from some work that kids were about to throw away. And then I have some other just like paper that I've just collected over the years that I'm going to collage with. I got a brown paper bag. And then I have scissors, glue stick, and a Sharpie.
Classic. Okay. I love one of the questions I had for you is about the collage, the use of collage and like how you manage some of the materials in there. So I'll get into that. So some of those are from the kids at the school though?
Yeah. So all the paintings are from the kids.
Will you tell those kids specifically, like show them how it showed up in the work?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, okay. I'm gonna make sure the art teacher gets it, and then I'll go and I'll stop by and just say like, hey, like your artwork helped me produce.
That's awesome.
More artwork in a new project. In our school, something that's really big for us is for all scholars to be able to see themselves as artists. So that's like just part of the identity where they have different mantras that they're repeating back and forth that continue to have them say it out loud, and then they're in there just working and creating a lot of projects. So they truly like adapt that identity.
That's awesome. I love the idea of the call back to them saying like, look at how this became something else, and it's not just trash at this point. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, and then the other thing that my wife always documents is what are you actually making tonight? Because I remember you said something about cute animals in a DM, but I don't know how that expands. So
so I actually shifted my brain. So I was thinking about that, and then I actually got inspired by the rain today. So it's been raining all day. So I'm actually going to draw or create a collage of a kid like in a rain jacket who was like holding an umbrella and kind of like playing in the rain. So I'm trying to figure out how to make that happen. But I feel like that could be cool to use the collage textures to like build the rain jacket, build the umbrella, and I'm gonna use this blue texture to be the backdrop.
Awesome. Okay, that's cool. I wasn't 100% sure what I was doing. I was like, I'm gonna draw. I think I'm gonna do cute animals, and I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. But then I didn't really draw cute stuff. But I want you to pick, because I've been giving people the option last couple times. I have two sketches. One is, and I don't know. Do you have kids?
I do have kids. I have one kid, a 3-year-old.
Okay,
He
so
might
this will
he might
probably
barge in here sometime.
this will make a little sense. I have one son who's 11, and he's kind of past his stage, but he used to when he would go brush his teeth, it would just toothpaste and water and everything everywhere. Like you come in and the mirror would be splattered, and you don't understand how it all happened. So it was going to be a bear that's going a little wild. Or the other option is, for some reason, I saw this vision in my head of a like a gator. I don't know, like blues band
Yeah,
with
yeah.
a
Oh, I
fox
love that.
as a drummer on a lily pad. And so you get to pick which one do you want me to
Oh,
do.
I'm going Gators Blues Band. I love anything that deals with like instruments and music. You'll probably see like a lot of like music notes and like music sheet textures in the work that I do.
Yeah.
I just like anything that goes with like
Do
dance.
you play it all?
I do not play. That was just not a skill. I have like very little rhythm.
Okay.
So like being able to even keep pace with beats and everything, I just couldn't do it. But I do just love music in general, and I love like when collaging, the texture of the music sheets is real fun. So
There's lots of great like symbols and things that are not actually text, so you don't get caught up in reading.
yeah,
The thing, it's just sort of like it's shape and contrast. So
yeah.
yeah, I was thinking about like, could I get a Zydeco band in there of like the washboard and all that kind of stuff, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'll see if I can fit it in, but I will do that tonight. So at this point we can just jump into the downshoot and start talking and go where we go.
Okay.
There's no again, like there's no protocol. We can talk about any and everything, but I generally start with people as we sort of set up. So I'm gonna switch my camera here and get going. But
All right. I'll do the same.
sort of to start the chat, I'm wondering, sort of getting into the world of picture books and sort of your relationship to that. Obviously, you're coming from an environment where you're teaching and interacting with the youth that's of that age group.
Yeah.
But is picture book something that you kind of had a vested interest in early, or is that sort of came to that at a different point?
So I've always loved books in general. I'll start with that. Like I always have loved books, and being, sorry, I'm getting my camera set up, and just like working in a school, I just always had access to a lot of great tech. So in education, I started off teaching 8th grade English, and I just love the text and the stories. And the later in my career, I end up transitioning to elementary school, and just the types of books that we focused on just changed, right? So a lot more picture books, a lot more just learning how to read instead of like reading to learn. So I was just exposed to a lot of shorter text, but still just beautiful in nature still. And I think that just gave me a different appreciation for picture books. And I think people who don't like engage with picture books, they sometimes they have like a, I don't know, maybe like a bias to it because they think it's like really simple and they're like, oh, it's not that many words and
Yep.
like really easy. Whereas like actually like picture books are pretty complex in the way that you have to be very intentional about the words that you use. It's like it isn't that easy. So I think with being in elementary school and working with the picture books, because I saw so many beautiful books, I was like, I think I want to try and do this. I think I want to take a shot at drawing, illustrating, and seeing what I could put together. And I noted that I didn't have a upbringing or a formal education in illustration, but like I always drew and like doodled as a kid. I was a big doodler. Like I just would doodle on everything in school. And because of that, I tried not to get frustrated when kids are doodling on like during class and stuff.
Yeah. You feel their
I
pain.
feel it. I get it now. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, maybe this will end up being something. Like maybe your doodling will like turn into something. But I also just realized about myself, like doodling helps me process just even like what is being discussed.
Okay.
So I don't know, just doing that and just as having the joy of illustrating just was fun to me. I think that's what like really got me into picture books. And then honestly, it was the pandemic. So like during the pandemic, I think all of us um, just had to figure out how to use time differently.
Yeah.
Right? And because of that, and working at a school, like you like kind of know that like I have to wake up early, especially in elementary school. Elementary school starts at early. Like kids walk in at 7:45 is when the first kids walk through the door. And when the pandemic hit, not having a schedule was like really challenging for me because I'm just used to running off like a very structured
Yeah.
way of being. So working from home was like killing me inside a little bit every day. So I just had to figure out how to place that energy. Um, in a way I did that was, ask my wife like, hey, I think I want an iPad for Christmas. And just like practicing, digital art.
Yeah. Was that something that, like, thinking about the schedule, was that something that you just did at night and on weekends, or was there a way to like the idea of the doodling on the book? There's some students that I deal with where I want to say like, hey, pay attention, but I know that they actually, for educational reasons, they need that activity in order to, like, it's a stimulus. I don't even, it's like having a what are those, the little like
a fidget
popper thing. Yeah, fidget thing, but it's doodling. And I, in a sense, maybe that's what I did too when I was in school, and I just didn't know that that's what it was. But I'm wondering, did you have to do all of this training and all this like learning at night, or was this kind of stuff that you could do while you were, literally in meetings with people and, your day job?
I couldn't do it in meetings because I'm not a good multitasker.
Okay.
And I have to compartmentalize a ton to be able to focus on like really like clear priorities, and to like really give my all for like whatever I'm trying to focus on. So like even with art right now, like, so I do most of my illustration really early in the morning. Like I am a 4 a.m. riser religiously. Like I wake up at 4 a.m. every day. Like even on weekends, I'm up at 4 a.m. Because I've noticed about myself that I just think a lot better at that time of the day. And then I wake up, I'll take a shower first, and then I will just draw from 4:30 to 6:30. And then 6:30 is when I start to transition my brain into like school mode.
Yeah.
So that I'm able just to like focus on that a little bit differently, and just give my entire attention to that, just so I can do that justice as well.
So what's your normal bedtime then?
My normal bedtime is 9:15.
Oh man, so you're coming up on it already.
Yeah, it's already. I have a cup of coffee with me
right
now. Just because I'm an early person, and then also with like having a child, and my son was like born like right like in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah.
So I had to when he was born, I would take the early morning shift of like feeding him and like putting him back to bed at like 3 in the morning. And then once I was up at 3, I was like, there's no point of going back to sleep. So I would just stay up. And
I do not envy those years. There were times where it was like that, but I've moved past that.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry that you're in the thick of that.
Yeah. And like now he's he like sleeps really solidly. Like he will not wake up for anything, which is great now because now I can wake up at that time, and like early in the morning is like a time where I can guarantee that no one is going to bother me. Like there's not going to be a email that comes through, or call that to make, like everybody's still asleep.
Yeah.
So there's no other responsibility or anything that can like take me away. So then I can really focus on that. And then when it is, daylight hours, then I can go back. I can, do the other thing that I'm really passionate about and feel great about, which is, being in school.
That's, I mean, the time that you are waking up is not that much further after when I'm going to bed. That is, I'm not a morning person whatsoever, but I have the same reasoning though. I generally like stay up late working because it's the time wherein there's not a lot that is requiring my attention at that point in the day. So tell me a little bit about sort of the entrance into the kidlit world. I mean, I know you got Christy Ewers as your agent, which is like a huge name in the kidlit world. And so there must have been some process to sort of connect with her, but also like, first book. How'd you end up with the first book?
Yeah. So the first book was REJ's Kinky Curly Crown, which I actually did before I was agented with Christy.
Okay.
And it was a coworker of mine that was had got a smaller like book contract from a smaller publisher, Orange Hat Publishing. They're out in Wisconsin, and she had saw my work that I was posting on Instagram, and reached out to me and was like, "Hey, like I see your work. I think we could do something together." And she just like, and it was Ayn Drew who wrote RJ's Kinky Curly Crown. And I'm just will forever be grateful for her just like having trust in me to be able to do that. Like not having any book experience, just like kind of just like drawing and posting things on Instagram, to where she felt comfortable enough to like trust me with her first book.
Yeah.
So it started there for that first book, and then from there I think I just like started building up my confidence even a little bit more. So I ended up just still working. I understand like education, right? Because that's what I do. So like I am like a person who was like, I think I can teach myself pretty much anything. And if I can watch enough things or sign up for classes or go to conferences, like I can learn how to master a skill. So I just like spent hours every day on YouTube, got a Skillshare subscription, signed up for all the virtual SCBWI conferences, and just like learned and just like fully dove into the process. And then just started like kind of like trying to get a little bit better every single day, to the point where I eventually built up the courage to like reach out to Christy, like, and just like pitch myself to her. And honestly, it came a little bit because I was posting things on Instagram, and then she ended up liking one of my posts. And I was like, I think today's the day. I think today's the day where I'm going to go ahead and shoot her an email, and I'm just going to shoot my shot, and I'm just going to see what happens. And then even from there, I still like wasn't signed or anything. Like she reached out, we set up a Zoom call. She like gave me feedback on my portfolio. And then she was like, all right, that's the feedback. And when you're ready to like make the adjustments, like, shoot me another message. And then once I can like review your work, we'll go from there and see, if this is a relationship that we should like continue with. And like, honestly, just it ended up working out. Like I probably emailed her back maybe like 2 or 3 months later. I was like, all right, like I've added these things to my portfolio. I've been practicing these things. I've been trying to build this skill. And it just ended up, taking off from there.
Did you know that, because this is one of those things where like, I have heard and seen in practice that sometimes agents will say, hey, I want you to work on this, or these are the things I want you to change. And that you should take the time and not rush through it. And that's one of those lessons where like, because my experience of being in editorial, there was always this editorial illustration. There was always this desire to like very quickly to the needs of what was requested and get it back, like even same day if need
Yeah.
be. And the knowledge came later at some point, someone mentioning like, hey, slow down. You don't have to be that fast. And in fact, it can look like you're not caring.
Yeah.
If you do it too fast. Did you know ahead of time that you should take that 3 months, or was that like a natural, just that's the time it took?
That's just kind of like the time it took. I'm not a fast worker. So anything that I do, especially for art, I'm pretty slow with sketches and like finals and just like making sure things look right.
Yeah.
So for me, it took me that amount of time to just actually like honestly just like get better. Like I just had to practice. I just had to, and like some of the feedback was like, in my portfolio, I needed more work with like drawing the same character, multiple
Yeah.
times and in different like perspectives and gestures and things like that. Actually, I think I'm gonna use a different texture. And then other people was like, more like a mixture of spreads and vignettes, spot illustrations, backgrounds. So it was like a pretty good amount of work that I had to do as well, to where I was like, all right, I need to take my time and like think through what this feedback is, what is being said to me.
Yeah. It
And
wasn't
then
like fix this eye
yeah,
here and move this foot there. Yeah.
yeah. It was like really like understand. And it was like the ability to tell a story. I didn't have that. I didn't understand that quite yet. Of like, all right, how can a story be just seen in just like a quick illustration? What does that like really look like? And then can I do it over and over?
Now this is a question is not meant to challenge, but I'm wondering, do you feel like you know how to do that stuff now, or do you still feel like you're learning?
I feel like I'm always learning. And I'm also like very competitive. So I'm always looking at like who are the best books? Who are the best books of the year? Who's on the New York Times sellers list? Who is like getting the Kirkus stars and things like that. So I'm like constantly studying books, um, and just seeing like what makes a book so great and like how do people connect with books. So my goal is for my each book to be better than the last one. Just because like if I'm like practicing enough and like continuing to grow and develop, then it should show like an evolution of my work. And then also people are being so innovative with books right now too. So it's like even though there are like some common things and strategies that people use,
Yeah.
um, it is still like a time for like uh, innovation, right? I'm looking at books like, Vashti's Big, right? Like such a beautiful book. Looking at, there was a party for Langston, um,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like books like that, where it's like these are so creative, um, and just like haven't even been seen, um,
Do
you
you
know, in a certain
do you
way.
ever
So
worry about the like I have a student that shall remain nameless. I won't name names on here, but that is wants to go into kids books, and I'm meeting with them tomorrow online to talk about sort of stuff, because I think they've one of the challenges, they work in a library and see kids books all the time, but it's also they're seeing all these like stellar books, and there's this perception of am I good enough,
yeah,
because they're always comparing themselves to their heroes. And obviously you have this mentality, and I think it sort of shows in your history, and you're like, well, I'm just going to learn it, those
yeah,
kind of like that mentality of there isn't the external threat, or the comparing, or I mean, maybe there is comparing, but how do you get past that, or is there a method that you have used to sort of get past that hurdle of trying to live up to your heroes,
yeah.
but always feeling lesser than, or maybe it's not there, I don't know, but what's your
That's
experience?
that's a really good question. I think everybody deals with like a healthy and some unhealthy, like a sense of like imposter syndrome, where they're like, am I like really good enough? or it's like, are these people really that much better than me?
Yep.
Right. And some of it is like something I have to keep telling myself is like art is so subjective, to where it's not even like it's not the best illustrators in the world who are like creating all of the best works, right?
Yep.
Sometimes it's just like, what are the emotions you're bringing out? What are the feelings that, you know, how are people connecting to the story? Is it just your personal story? Like, is it something that is so deeply meaningful to you? And I think it's also just like being mindful of how you measure your success, right? So I think my goal is always, like, first, like, am I doing this book justice for the author? That's the biggest question I ask myself. Like,
Yeah.
like, am I doing something that they feel like, you know, creating something that they feel really proud of? And am I executing on like a bit on the vision that they had for the text? Is really important to me. So I think that's the first question, and I think, or the first answer, and then it's always, you got to like compare yourself to yourself. I think that's the other piece you have to do, is like, don't compare where somebody else is in their success, but like, do you see yourself growing?
I like that statement, which is like, I've always said, like, you got to tune out from your heroes sometimes and just like make work that comes natural to you, not try to force it. But I like the like make, or wait, what was the phrase? I'm like drawing a blank now. Like, oh
yeah, it's kind of like, are you meeting your own? Are you yourself evolving and developing? And it's like, what is the goal of this, right? Like, how do you measure your success? Like, measure your success with like accolades and New York Times bestseller lists and sales is that's a hard way to live.
mm-hmm.
You just don't know what's going to happen. And right, like, honestly, there are a lot of factors that go into all of that. So I think it's really just like asking yourself, am I producing the best quality work that I can?
I know it was comparing yourself to yourself. I think was the phrase. I'm like, I'm stealing that when I had a conversation with the student, and it is one of those things where like imposter syndrome hits, and everybody has their method. I mean, like for me, it's just making work that's me and not worrying about what's out there. But I know that like, yeah, if you're comparing yourself to the best of the best, the one thing you're missing is there are all these other authors. I'm not saying that they're not good, but there's authors that get glossed over, and authors that get glossed over because they are not the, you know, Kirkus star reviewed. Mm-hmm. But that somehow like mean that their work isn't good.
Yeah.
Means that, you know, they didn't get the star. But I have plenty of books that don't have. In fact, most of my books don't have stars.
Yeah.
And so it's something that like, but that doesn't mean I'm not getting work.
Yeah.
Did you find that there were things that you learned along the way that you were sort of not expecting when you started doing kidlit stuff? Like you mentioned the idea of like a lot of people assume that it's easy because you just don't have a lot, but in reality, it's, you know, it's extremely difficult to edit. No one wants to edit their stuff.
Yes. I definitely didn't realize how challenging it is. I also didn't realize how much feedback goes into making a book. And I know there are like editors and there are art.
Oh, did we lose sound there for a second? Let me see. I think we lost audio there. Shamar, are you there? Did we lose audio from everybody is the question.
Can you still hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Okay.
I went out. That was my timer. That was my Instagram.
Oh.
You've reached your minutes timer, but I ignored it. But yeah, it is. I think it's like it's easy to assume that people are writing great books like straight out the jump, or they're creating great pictures like without any feedback. But you start to realize just like how much of a team is involved in all books that are made, and that there's a lot of people that contribute to these beautiful books. And being able to take feedback is like a huge part of having a successful career like in this business.
I was going to ask actually, because you mentioned earlier the idea of like trying to make sure that you're attending to the author's vision for the book. And most of the time when I've worked, there is not a big conference or anything of the sort with the author. But are you having conversations ahead of time?
Yeah,
or,
always.
Okay.
So as soon as I sign a contract, I'm typically finding the author on Instagram, and then I'm reaching out to them.
Okay. So separate from the editor process.
Yeah. I'm just going out on my own, and then just connecting with them.
You're breaking tradition.
I'm breaking tradition for sure.
Being rebellious and talking to them. How dare you? Is there? Have you ever had any sort of instance in talking to them that you realize maybe their vision and your vision aren't aligned in the way that you potentially thought?
Actually, no. So I think everybody I've worked with, they are just like honestly wanting to hear what I have to say. And many of them don't have a background in art. So, and I don't have a background in art, but they're not like artists, right? So they are leaning on me to kind of like be the expert in the space. And they kind of just want to hear the ideas. And I think my goal is to like ask them questions about things that are like a little bit nuanced, right? So you brought up Big Tune, and me and Aaliyah talked so much like during the entire process of that book. And like she did a really good job of creating art notes, but we also were like, hey, like, you know, what does a boy's room in the 90s look like? Like who were some of your favorite like dance hall artists? You know, who should be represented in these cassette tapes?
Yeah, I was gonna say the end papers on that. Like those are some choices of like I didn't know all of the choices, and obviously there were certain ones that I knew more than others, but like there was a very distinct like collection. And I was gonna ask, was that something that you knew ahead of time? Like these are the ones that have to be in this, and the ones that are not.
Well, that was like a good collaboration because I didn't know who. Like there were some people who I know, but I was like, well, who would when adults and parents are reading the book and they're you know, grew up in dance hall culture and they grew up in New York and they you know, are Caribbean American, right? Like what were they listening to as kids? She would really definitely be able to provide some like strong insight there. And like even as I go through reviews and sometimes I get messages on Instagram, they're like, yo, like I didn't know you were gonna put, you know, this person there. When I saw that, I knew that this book was authentic.
Yeah.
Right. So like and without having that conversation, I would have never known to make that decision. And it's just something that's even fun, like even when Aaliyah's like doing like read alouds, it's something that she always like mentions and like brings up. As far as just like, yeah, this is something that we collaborated on. And it just brought so much more life to the text.
Well, it's one of those things that I always sort of like in looking at your work have always sort of appreciated is the and I think this goes back to you being a teacher and a principal and things that sort of the communal aspect of a lot of, or like family aspect or found family aspect even in a lot of the work. And some of that is like, that is one that needs a conversation. Like if you have a book that's just like, here's a silly thing about a piece of toast that runs through a town.
Yeah.
You know, you don't need to have those conversations about like not necessarily the deep meaning, but the, you know, the reason for, and how do you get the idea across about the community or the support systems and all the things that are in play. And you have this, a lot of the books that you work on have this sort of heartfelt sort of approach. And so to me, that does make more sense to reaching out to the author in those situations. Have you had any pushback from publishers saying, "Hey, don't talk to them. You're not supposed to"?
No. Mm-mm. Like nobody has mentioned it. Um, I don't ask them about it, but they know that we talk to each
Yeah.
other. But and I also like intentional about what we talk about. Like I I I'm not trying to like go past the art director or the editor
Yeah.
and like try to get them to make a decision that's like, you know, or like sway the feedback in a way.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to do that. And there's sometimes where I need the art director's feedback instead of the author's feedback, right? Like I'm not going to send the sketches to the author when I know like the art director is the professional that's going to be able to guide me in the right way towards this. But it's like more so like the Easter eggs that are like in the story, like what is something that really makes this feel true and real. That's where like we really talk the most, and like the initial like character design too. Like I want them to be able to see a character and be like, yep, like that looks like Shane, or that looks like Olivia, right?
Yeah.
uh, and have them smile when they see that character, to be like, yeah, you really captured the essence of what this person could have been. And they've never been like, oh yeah, they have to wear these shorts and they have to have this type of nose
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
this is their hairstyle. Like they don't even like try to give that type of feedback. But they kind of give me like a vibe of like, all right, this is who this character is as a person.
Yeah. It feels or it doesn't feel correct, not
Yeah,
necessarily the science to it that you have to follow.
exactly.
It's interesting just I don't think that most publishers would even care whether
Yeah,
you really talk to someone. It's one of those ones where like you hear that story of like, oh, normally there's that separation of church and state that
yeah,
they sort of mention, but I know that some of that is also probably because there have been instances in the
yeah,
past
yeah,
that they want to avoid, but that doesn't mean that every instance or every situation is going to fall into that. And I imagine that's more when there's like a more dramatic, like it could be a person, but it also could be, a talking truck.
yeah.
And they like, they have this vision that was very different, but it sounds to me like you're already sort of on the same page as a lot of the text that you're, or manuscripts that you're getting ahead of time.
Yeah,
Do,
exactly.
do you like when you're working on this stuff, how much, like, I don't want to say oversight, that doesn't sound right, but how much input do you get from folks like either your Christy or your agent or from publishers, or is it sort of, do you do a lot of work and then find out after the fact, like, how much of the work is done with planning with people ahead of time, and how much of it is done discussing and critiquing and editing after the fact?
It's kind of, I kind of go like the natural flow of like submitting thumbnails, submitting sketches, then going to finals. So I get the most amount of feedback in the sketch round.
Okay.
Because I'm like a very loose, like messy sketcher. So like the work that I do in the sketch is gonna look so much different by the time I get the final. Because like a lot of my work is dealing with like the collages and the colors and stuff like that. And in the sketches, I don't plan any of that
Yeah.
out.
Yep.
So it's mainly like gestures, it's characters, it's like energy that they're giving me feedback on. And they'll give me a lot in the beginning because my first stuff that I put in is gonna be so like loose. It's gonna be so loose, and it's gonna be like, all right, what is this? Is that a tree?
Yeah.
And what is different that I know some artists work. Some people like do really like detailed sketches where it's like the line art is like beautiful, and it's like, all right, for finals, all they have to do is like really just like color. For me, I will never be able to get there. I got to stay so loose, and I think that also allows me to like lean on the expertise of the art directors too, for them to be able to give some good feedback and push the book in different ways.
I mean,
But like,
solely,
are you like that? Like, how detailed are your sketches when you first submit?
my sketches are pretty locked in so far, but that's because I've been doing stuff that's painted, and my next book is going to be collage, and that I'm in the same boat. And this is actually a really good, solid sort of point that you're making of sort of even more reason to be loose in the sketches is I can't go in there and say this is the exact texture and this is the exact placement of this paper, because some of that's going to depend on sort of moments, on the fly, that I just have to say, well, this is the right fit.
Yeah, exactly.
And so part of it is I've been living in this world of art wherein I've been more locked in just because of the method or the application of material. And now that I'm going to switch that up on this next book is going to change things, and I'm going to have that learning process. Yeah. And so I will probably end up getting more revisions at the beginning, and then hope and pray that they don't go, oh, we don't like this one bit of it here in the final art, and can you change it? Because once that's locked in, it's not an easy, like, you're doing digital collage for the most part, right?
Yes, yeah. I'm taking all these like textures and paper and I'm scanning them.
Yeah.
And then I just work out of Procreate.
Well, see, I'm doing the probably the more complicated or not complicated, the more challenging way up front, which is I'm doing it all traditional.
Yeah.
And so if they go, hey, can you move this texture out of the way? I don't have a lot of options there.
Yeah, it's actually like there's no way, not unless I redo the whole thing, or you gotta what? You probably would have to scan it in and then like redo it like digitally or art or something.
There's a way to do it, but it removes the like the fun.
Yeah.
And the spontaneity.
Yeah.
And so
and then you never have an original. Yeah. You never had like a true original.
Yeah, I do like my originals, even though I don't really do much with them. I do like having my originals. Mm-hmm. Did you, when you got the iPad and Procreate, did you ever print stuff out, or was the first time that, because I have students right now that just basically have been living on screens. I mean, you know that probably better than most at this point. But when it comes to their artwork, they, like I had a student today that wanted to print some stuff, and it was beautiful artwork, but when they went to print it, they had not planned for it to go to CMYK.
Oh, yeah.
And so their colors in the print looked really funky, and they had to do all sorts of corrections to get their colors to be somewhat close, because they just had been working in an RGB format.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, I mean, or students who like accidentally forget to change it to 300 DPI instead of 72 DPI or whatever the iPad is set at. Did you make mistakes along the way that were like, not necessarily on the professional side, but even just the like building your portfolio that things you ran into? Yeah,
I made that mistake really early on with one of the first few finals of Repeat After Me, where I was like, my canvas wasn't set up correctly, and I just had to redraw the entire thing. And I was like, never again. I will never make this mistake again.
Wait, redraw meaning the final art or the sketch?
The final art. I had to redo the entire final art because I couldn't convert it to the right color in Procreate. Like, it wouldn't modify it correctly, or it would like change it, but the colors would look so ridiculous that I wasn't able to keep it.
I mean, that's basically like you did the book twice.
Yeah. Well, I did it for just a couple images. It was only like 3 spreads where I did that mistake.
Okay.
So I didn't have to really do the entire book, but then once I did that, I was like, this is like 30 hours of my life that I'm never going to get back.
That's rough. I've done a few pages, but or a few mistakes along the line, like not necessarily DPI issues, but I've had things where like I sent sketches for an editorial piece once that was supposed to be horizontal, and I sent a vertical one, And then I had planned all this stuff out and how it was going to work. And they wrote back and said, like, you have the dimensions wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, I got to replan this whole thing. And it was, not necessarily a rush job, but it was not a like month to get it done. It was day or two. And so it took a lot of reworking.
Yeah. So what I do now is whatever canvas, whatever the
default.
Yeah, the specifications are for that they send, and everybody likes things a little bit different. Whatever I sketch in, I just set the first canvas to that setting already, and then I don't have to go back and change it. And then in Procreate, I create a canvas for every project, and I'll say like, okay, this is the repeat after me canvas, or this is the big tune canvas, and then that way it's set for all the files for that book.
I do the same thing. That I set up a template that's the template for this book, and it makes it super easy. Turn off a layer. That's my guides for all the sketching and things of the sort. How much have since you've been in this game of illustration and kidlit? How much have you turned into the teacher for others at this point? Like, have you had other people at the school go, "Ooh, I've always had an idea and I want to do this"? Or
I do a lot of those calls where it's just like in it's not necessarily teaching. Like I have not taught someone like, oh, this is how I illustrate and Procreate. Like, this is what I do. This is how I, modify the brushes and figure out a color palette. I get more questions about just like the publishing industry in general, because it's just like, it's so, I don't know, just like ambiguous on like what to do unless you're in it. Like, once you're in it, you get it, you talk with people, you build a relationship, you go to the conferences, you figure it out. But if you're not doing all of that, then it is really hard to understand, how do you get into the industry? How do you find an agent? How do you set up, a pitch? All those things. And it can be kind of, there are a lot of free things out there, but there are also, it can be expensive to go to all these conferences and do these things to get like to hear from the experts. Like, that information isn't always that easy to get.
Yeah, it's sort of not necessarily that it's gatekept, but what's the terminology? I mean, it's a privileged few that can take time and go and say, hey, I'm gonna take a weekend off or 3 or 4 days off to go to this conference with no guarantee that there's money coming out of it in the end, is not always fair or equitable across the board.
It's a commitment for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this many times on here before. It's a career of passion, not a career of finance. But not every book is the winner of sorts. So
it's like, you gotta build a body of work.
You gotta put in a lot of time, and even when you do that, there's no guarantee that you're gonna make a huge payday of any sort. I mean, some books do better than others, hopefully. But not. I mean, I heard early on that, like, once you get past 2 books, it gets like, it's a little bit easier. That first book can be just a winner, but the second book could be the real challenge because it has to live up to the first book. And then after that, it starts to get more like predictable of what your sales are going to be, or who you are as an artist, or things of the sort. And so it can be a real challenge to be able to put that time and faith into something that has such a long-term goal. Not a you're going to make it tomorrow kind of situation.
And I think I had to realize I think something. So you asked the question earlier about something that was like surprised me. I was also kind of surprised. Like, I think it's easy to assume that, like, once your book is ready to be published, you're gonna have like this like team just for you that is gonna put all this money into your book, and they're gonna go out there, sell it, they're gonna create commercials, you're gonna have all these like cool ads that go on Instagram, where it's actually, that is happening less and less. Where there's this whole marketing plan, and there's always a marketing plan, but the amount of money that goes into it, like it is not all equal. It's not all equitable as far as who gets what. Um, and I think that was a surprise to me. I was like, oh yeah, I just draw the pictures and then they're gonna go sell it. Where it's like, nah, actually you need to figure out the stickers and the bookmarks and the what's it, the step and repeats and the what schools you're gonna go to. Um, there's some hustle you have to get out there, and just assuming that everybody's gonna do it for you is a huge misconception.
Yeah, some publishers are like, if you're the thing that I have found is some of the bigger publishers, they're like, yeah, just go and do this stuff because you're not one of the huge names, which is understandable. And then sometimes like those smaller publishers, you might be the big name for the year, and so they're going to throw more stuff behind you. But even at that, it is definitely not. Again, it's how much are you willing to put in, or there's an expectation that it is a joint venture to advertise versus a singular. What is Nina Mata? Do you know Nina Mata?
Yes, I do.
Nina Mata. I said it wrong there.
Yeah, Nina.
It has put an emoticon up that it looks like it's a fax machine. I think I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah, that's facts. That's just truth. Just we're just saying good stuff right now.
Oh, facts. Like, okay, this you just called me out as being not very hip. You could have played it off and said like, oh, I don't know either. But no, you went and said, hey, Mark, you're not hip to the lingo. Okay, I was like, did we mention fax machines? What's going on here? I didn't know.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious.
I'm an old boring person who does not get out much. Is basically what that boils down to. I spend too much time in my studio. No, I'm not do it.
But now you can use it. See, but now you can use fax wherever you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be putting fax machines in all of my comments from now. Most of my stuff is like probably says things like Neato and stuff that's just not cool at all. So tell me a little bit about sort of the experience of, because you are probably a superstar at your school anyways because you are the principal. Because especially in that, like, I mean, maybe it's different at your school, but like when I was in school and my son's school, the principal in elementary school does not have the negative connotation of being the reprimander or the bad guy that you get when you're in high school or those kinds of things. And I'm wondering how much does you doing books and living in this world of kidlit, do the students know, first of all, or do you keep that separate?
So they know, but it's also, I think a good part of it is like I'm like normalizing being a person who works on books.
Yeah.
Right. So where it is like special and they like think it's fun, especially when I'm like, have a friend who's an author who's able to come to the school, right?
Yeah.
And like read their book and like answer questions. Or if they see, my work in a bookstore, and they just run into my name in a book that they've seen, at the school, out in public, like out in the wild, is where they feel like really cool and special.
I think this guy. Yeah.
I'm mostly pretty regular to them, and I think that's cool because it's like it's kind of just like normalizing that being an illustrator is like regular people are illustrators and they're like and authors and they're alive, right? I think when I was a kid, like I thought most authors were like dead people who wrote books and like they're died and now we're reading it because they're dead. But I think for them now it's like, oh, like being an illustrator is a real career that I could do. And I share like special moments to kids where like I had a kid earlier this year who was really upset because he accidentally spilled his water bottle inside his book bag, and his entire sketchbook got
Oh,
soaked, and he was like just like distraught. Um, but I was able to I just had a spare one in my bag, and I was just like, you could have mine, right? Like you'd have
yeah.
this. And I think that was like a cool moment where it's like, oh, like you're like you get why I was upset about, you know, my art being ruined.
Yeah.
Like you kind of like understand that moment. So like I think those are the moments where it's like there's a certain level of empathy I have for students who love art. Um, and then being able to like make sure everybody understands that you can be an artist, like you can really be an artist. It can happen. It's not like this thing that is so abstract that you'll never be able to accomplish it. um and as far as like being a cool principal, I like this, I like to go between both. So I am like the very firm, like, reprimander. I don't know if I'm like reprimanding, but I do give a lot of feedback. Like if a so
That's a very tactful way
yeah,
of saying that.
yeah. So like I I so I lead with very high expectations for how you should like behave and how you should learn, and that's like I'm also trying to set the expectations so people can look at me as a model of how to hold
Yeah.
expectations. So I lean into giving a lot of corrective feedback and like positive feedback to kids, but I'm going to say something regardless, right? So like whether it's good or bad, and I see you, I'm going to say something to you. So it could be like, cool, I like your shoes, high five, those are really nice socks. You did great work yesterday during class. Like I'll do that. I'm also going to be the one that says like your shoes are untied. Like pause, tie your shoes, and like head back to class. Or where is your pass? Like, no, go back to class. Or like if I'm in a classroom and if someone's like, I don't know, just not being respectful to someone else and they're not looking at them while they're talking, it's like, no, like pause, make sure everybody is looking at you, because that's just a sign of respect that you look at someone when they're trying to share an idea or information with you.
Yeah.
So I've never been a yeller. Like I'm pretty low key. I'm like a very mostly laid back person, but I do take education very seriously. Um,
I would hope
so
so with the job
yeah,
that you.
yeah. I take it like I'm a little insane. Um, but like
Yeah. What
you
do the
have to be,
teachers say? That's the question.
yeah.
Not what the kids think of you, but what do the teachers think of you?
I think I have some good relationships.
Okay.
I have some pretty good relationships. And like the school that I'm working at, my school is Ethos Classical. I was the founding director of curriculum and instruction. Everybody that has been in our building, any teacher, I have interviewed them,
Yeah.
right? Like I was one of the people in the decision for like what led to them being at our school. So like I've had to like build some just good relationships and just like some good people capital, just like people deposits, because I want them to stay. Like I want them to feel good at the school. I want them to feel like they can be successful. I want them to feel like they are being developed. And I want them to also know the things that I care about, right? And I don't hold any secrets. And I think like respect is like honesty is respect. Like being transparent is respect. So like I think they would say that, like, and they call me KJ. So like KJ is like pretty like transparent. He's not hiding anything. He's like you kind of get what you get what you see. Like
Yeah.
I'm like very consistent.
I also, one of the things I wanted to ask you about, and this is going to be a weird, I don't know how to gracefully or tactfully get into this, but or how to segue rather. You have a cool combination of last names.
Yes.
Which like not everybody has that. Like sometimes, I look at the names that show up. No, the long name is the first time when I made the ad that I had to shrink the size of your name in order to get it all to fit in the ad based on the setup that I had. But just the Knight and Justice together is pretty slick.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my mother. So Knight is my mother's maiden last name, and Justice is my biological father's last name. So they just kind of like stuck it together, and You know what? They were creative. I appreciate them for that decision. Um, and I'm not like I was the only Knight Justice before, you know, me and Nicole got married, and then we had our son Caden. So now we're the three Knight Justices in the world.
It's just, yeah, like it's a cool combo. It's easy to spell.
Yep.
There's all these things I'm jealous of because of not necessarily that mine's like the hardest thing to spell in the world, but I have a feeling that you probably don't get a lot of misspellings of that just because the combo
Yeah.
is you know,
Mhm.
standardized words, but it also just feels like a superhero.
Yeah, I
Altogether.
get your name sounds like a superhero easily 3 times a month.
Yeah. And you have to live up to it. It's the problem.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Constantly.
yeah. Like now I got to be as cool as my name,
Yeah.
um, which is which has been fun. And like I played sports as a kid. I was like really into football when I was in high school, and it was just always cool to just have like my name announced or like have it on the back of the jersey. It was like always fun. So
But there's a lot of expectation there too, that if you have that on the back of your jersey, you can't be bad.
oh yeah, you
You
have to
can't
score
go.
a touchdown. You have. They say if your name is Knight, you have to score a touchdown.
Yeah,
Just
you don't have a lot of leeway there. If your name is like loser McLoser, you can get away with a lot, but not in that case. So how much sort of thinking about because you're coming from that sort of educational background, how much of that gets weighed into the way that you design or the way that you make your books? And what I mean by that, there's obviously there's like educational books that are out there, and they have a very clear intention of like, you must, there's a, not you must, but there's you know, a piece about science in here, and if you pick up this book, you're going to learn about science.
yeah.
And yours aren't necessarily that type of book right
Mhm.
off the bat, but is there some sense of like how it's used in the classroom that gets played into it?
Um, so my honestly, my at my school, my books aren't used in the classroom very much at all, which I think is fine, right? Because I think there's so many beautiful texts in the world that
Yeah.
we can use to teach, and I think part of why I create books is because it's different than actually teaching, and it's like different than the work that I do so much every single day, to where it feels different, and I think that allows me to kind of live in two worlds, even though the worlds like overlap. It is, I enjoy that they sometimes are still like separate. Um, but I think for books in general, like what I want or how I want students to feel when they pick it up, not necessarily like they're learning something. Like I hope they understand like what the book is
Yeah.
about and like comprehend it. But I do hope they just like appreciate that or think that like, hey, like this is a beautiful book. Like I think that's probably the biggest compliment. Like hey, this book, like I love looking at the pictures. Or they read the words from the authors and they're like, yep, I really resonate with, you know, the character Dante. Right. And I think that's more so what I want them to feel than necessarily like I'm trying to teach them
Yeah.
a lesson.
There's not an actual lesson plan in,
Mm-mm.
in
No.
every word that's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
No.
it's it's interesting because and not to say that like all of my books have that, but when I started out, a lot of the books I was writing had a educational like slant to them, I guess the best way to put it. And I think it was just because I liked like science, or there was some, and you know, some of the books that I've done have had that like, clearly this is good for a classroom, but I also know that it's not everybody's cup of tea to want to have that kind of thing in the classroom. Sometimes you just need a fun book.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Sometimes you just want a good
yeah,
story. Right. And like we could analyze it and we could talk through it and there's like theme and ways to, you know, talk about like why would the illustrator design this in this way or draw this like this. But it's also cool to just hear a good story. And I think my books are more so used like that as like read alouds. Like the teachers will pick up the book and they'll just read it to their class,
yeah,
but just like as a soothing way to like engage. it's cool to just hear a fluent reader read a book to you. And that, you know, in itself is learning there, right? You learn expression, you learn this, you know, how not to read like a robot. Um, so, so like all of those are some of the smaller lessons that happen.
How
But I think
book,
sometimes it's just for joy. Sometimes it's just for fun.
yeah, how to read a book is a like challenge in itself. There is a real art to how to get
Oh
that
yeah.
across, and not make it sound absolutely boring or
Oh,
dull or well,
yes.
not you know. I'm
Yep.
not going to say I'm good at one way or the other, but I know that there is a real science to it.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. That's what I would say. It's yeah, an art and a science to
Yeah.
like what makes a book so engaging. What makes people want to listen to you as you read a book, right? So,
Do you have do you end up doing school visits and things of the sort, or are you?
I really do not do a lot of school visits. Well, mainly because I'm in a school.
Yeah,
I'm like in my own school.
yeah. You have a
Um,
day job. Yeah,
yeah, like and when I'm out of work, usually other schools are out of work
yeah,
too. Um, I have taken some time, and I've been like, I'm really intentional about the days that I take off. So, the day I just did the highlights retreat with the cat agency. We were just like on the Boyd's Mill farm
yeah.
last week, which was like beautiful. So like, so I like do stuff like that instead of a school visit. Or every year I go to the SCBWI conference.
Are you going up to New York this year?
Yeah,
Well, no, it's
I'm
online.
gonna go up there.
It's online now.
Well, there's two of them. There's like one in person and then one online. I think there's still one in person.
I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen anything about the
Oh
in-person one. I feel
man, I need to double check now
yeah,
because
yeah. If you have tickets and you're
I
you're headed up this way.
I really I'll probably still so the cat agency always has like a get together like a dinner around around that same time.
Yeah, that's the NCTE, which is I don't even remember what that stands for. Is happening
Oh,
in Boston this year, and my agent's coming out, and so there's a bunch of folks who are getting together in a couple of weeks. Everybody that's in the area, and there's a lot of folks that because she's up in New York, there's a lot of or New York State rather. Let's put it that way. There's a lot of folks that live in this area that she's repping, and so we're all going to get together and have dinner and whatnot.
yeah, that's always
Who knows?
so much fun. Do you like the other artists? That's like a loaded question.
Yeah, yeah, no, yeah. No, they're all jerks. Oh, they're stealing my jobs. No, it's honestly like everybody has been wonderful, and one thing that surprises me, and this happens quite often, is we end up like booking someone for Gab and Doodle, and then I realize, oh, they're the same agency, or they have the same agent, and I just it's not on my radar who everybody's agent is, and then to find that out, I'm like, oh, there's a wonderful connection there. But no, it's nice to know that there's a community of folks outside of what do I say, like outside of the artists that I deal with on a regular basis that I can sort of talk to about industry things and not have to be teaching at all times. But on the thing that is probably more important than that is just doing this. Like the amount of networking and connections I've made through doing this has been huge.
Yeah.
And it's like looking at the people that have been on here that either already are huge or have blown up. And I'm so grateful that I even have the chance to have them on is kind of crazy to me. It's a very interesting environment, and everybody's so loving. I know that you probably, I mean, in elementary school, I imagine that it's the same thing, but the kidlit world is just like everybody cares about everybody.
Yeah, it's a lot of joy for sure. It's a lot of really good people who are just trying to make their like mark on the world, like through their books, and like they, I don't know, yeah, they're all just like have good souls.
I can't think of anybody that I'm like, this person really stinks, or someone who has a bad reputation in my mind. Just because everybody, is going out of their way to help people. Like even this morning, I got an email from I don't even know who it is, just some college student at some other school. They're like in their first year of art school, and they got the classic assignment, and it is classic, to reach out to an illustrator and ask them about their career.
Okay.
And so, you know, it's there are folks that I know who have basically shunned that and said, you know, don't even bother, because I get asked this all the time. It's not worth taking my time to do that kind of thing. And I understand that there's, you know, there are folks that really don't have the time to sit down and answer those questions.
Yeah.
But I also am coming from the world of education. I was like, when I got that this morning, I was like, do I really have the time to do this? And you know, with all that I have going on. And then I realized, like, it's important. Like, this student this is not their choice to go out and do this. This is an assignment that they were given.
Yeah.
And it's not fair for me to go and say, you know, I don't like your assignment, and so good luck.
Yeah.
See you later. And so they wrote me a question. I need to answer it. I'm not going to be able to do it like instantaneously.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like those kind of moments and the community, I was like, am I in this for me, or am I in this for the community at large? And that, when I thought about it that way, I was like, yeah, I need to answer them back and help in some capacity. And so, you know, we'll see what kind of questions. Maybe they ask me those boring questions of how did you get started? Some of the questions I honestly ask this is probably the sad part. Did you always love art? Those kind of questions. But I need to change that up. I can't ask those questions now that I just said that.
But there's still like good questions though. Like people want to know that.
No, I know, but it's still like I need to be more inventive with those first questions at least. I mean,
that's funny that you had this like epiphany, like, wow.
Now I really screwed you over by asking just dumb questions right at the beginning. Well, I've thought about making a jar of questions that are like random, weird questions that don't relate to anything, that are the icebreakers, and I just pull what do I want to say? I pull a question out of the jar, and that's the thing that I ask first, no matter how silly or random it is.
Okay.
And so, like, you know, what kind of pizza do you hate? And that may be enough to get the conversation sort of going. But
I like it. That's kind of spicy. You don't know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, you could run into some problems. But it's one of those ones where, like, without even having a like, hey, nice to meet you conversation, that's the like, just throw people a curveball and let them know that the conversation can go anywhere. Speaking of that, what kind of pizza do you hate?
What kind of pizza do I hate?
Are you a pineapple hater?
Oh no, I'll eat pizza with pineapple. So the real truth is, I can be an overall just pizza hater. Like, I think pizza is overrated for sure. Yes.
You're stepping in it now.
Yeah. I think it's overrated.
It's lost 10 viewers with that statement.
I'll eat pizza. My wife really likes pizza, and my son likes pizza, but he thinks pizza is Little Caesar's cheesy bread. Like,
okay.
And that's the only pizza like he'll eat. Well, he's like ventured out a little bit more now, but he won't even like eat good pizza. He'll be like, all right, I want pizza, and we'll give him a different type of pizza, and he'll be like, no, that's not pizza. And then I'll give him a Little Caesar's cheesy bread that doesn't even have sauce.
Yeah.
And then he'll be like, yep, that's the good stuff. But I'll eat pizza if everybody else is eating it, but I'll never be someone who's like, do you want to eat pizza?
Interesting. Okay. So what is the food of choice?
My food of choice. So I'm a really big breakfast person. So like I could eat breakfast every day. I could eat pancakes twice a day. I could eat breakfast for lunch and dinner and breakfast. So maybe 3 times a day.
I must say, I love the statement, I could eat breakfast every day.
Yeah.
Which is like I'm pretty sure everybody can, but
no.
I understand the sentiment. I understand what you're saying, but it just came across in like...
Yeah. I could eat breakfast more than the average person.
Yeah. Get a load of this. I can have a meal every day
I
It's
could eat. I could eat
yeah, okay.
every single time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are
So
you
pancakes, I like go to places and I like compare and I like rank pancakes. Um, and it comes from like a kid. My dad, when I was younger, would always make pancakes on Sundays.
mm, okay.
Um, and then I don't know, I just started loving them from there. Like, like those really nice, like golden pancakes where like the butter can make it a little bit crispy on like the edges. Those
It's
are like what I like.
it's the equivalent of like diner pancakes are always better than
Yeah,
homemade pancakes, and it's about like the even temperature of the grill or the griddle
yeah,
rather. Like
yeah,
there's something that just doesn't happen at home in the same way.
yeah.
Um,
I've had the like the hot syrup, like I've had the freshly warmed up syrup with the two.
Now,
Yeah.
do you get fresh syrup down? Like I don't even know, and I don't mean to be like, oh, I heard Atlanta doesn't have the freshest syrup in the world, but I'm up by Vermont and New Hampshire, where that is industry standard that you can
Oh,
have syrup.
oh, we probably don't get that level of fresh syrup. No. Mm-mm.
Okay,
But now it makes me want to go up there and eat some pancakes with the
mm,
Vermont for Vermont syrup.
I mean, you can get like you can. There are places around where like the blueberries are picked, that day for the like. There's a diner that we go to when we're up in Bar Harbor, Maine, and it's known for its blueberries, and it's because they go out and get them right then and there, and so it's like there's nothing better. Um, but okay, so here's the question for you. This is again how these topics can shift. Um, with with the sort of breakfast and pancake stuff, are you down where there's a Waffle House?
Oh yeah, yeah. Atlanta has Waffle Houses
Okay,
everywhere.
you have to explain to me Waffle House because we don't really have those up
Oh, you
here.
don't have a Waffle
Yeah,
House?
yeah,
Oh man.
exactly. This is we have fresh maple syrup everywhere, but we don't have Waffle Houses. And I see so many things of people talking about how great Waffle House is,
Yeah.
but
So
I've never been to one, so I don't know what that
Waffle
means.
House is like you don't like you know go on a Sunday morning like take your like family necessarily to Waffle House. So Waffle House is like it's like a diner vibe, and you just have to walk in and know that the floor is gonna be sticky, and it's gonna I don't know the cleanliness rating is gonna probably be around like a C
Okay,
minus. But that food it usually go there at like midnight, but the food is always gonna be so consistent and it's just gonna be good. It's gonna be like straight like diner food. And I always like to get the all-star special, which comes with, the bacon and the French toast and the waffle. And it's the people you're with too. You got to like have a group with you that also appreciates just how unique Waffle House is. So,
that's basically what I've heard. Is like Waffle House is not. You're not going for the ambiance,
no, there's no ambiance. No.
but does that mean that the like so the food is just that good?
Well, the food is okay. It's it's more it's the whole experience, but
Okay.
it's not like a fine dining or like a quality experience. It's just I don't it's very hard to explain. It's like it is just right for the moment. It's
Okay.
for that moment when you want Waffle House, you know what you're getting at Waffle House, and it just feels right. So like you've had a long night of just being out with your friends, and you are just like everybody's hungry, and you go to Waffle House, and it just makes is a good like cherry on top of the
Okay.
night. That's
Okay. I
that's
mean,
that's
I can get
that's
like
the vibe.
Denny's at like 2 in the morning when you've been out to like a club or something like that, and then
Uh,
you come back.
it's like Denny's, but better and a little grungier. The
Okay.
food is better than Denny's.
Okay. Interesting. I've just never experienced it. And it's one of those like pop culture things that I see that I just like. I need to be there and experience that. I also feel like and you're in Atlanta, right? Or outside of Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm in
Yeah.
Atlanta.
Like there is a like there's certain things that you get for breakfast down there that I feel like aren't as common up here too. So like biscuits and gravy
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
like
Y'all
grits.
do shrimp and grits?
Yeah, see that's the thing. Like I don't know as we have a lot of places around here that do grits. I love grits, but we just don't have a lot of places that do them. And it's maybe it's just not a like flavor that people enjoy as much around here, but there's certain flavors that are down there. I'm like, yeah, I would love a nice bowl of grits, but I just don't come by it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Shrimp and grits you can get at any restaurant,
Wait,
any breakfast restaurant.
grits?
Huh?
Shrimp and
Yeah,
grits?
shrimp and grits.
See,
Shrimp and,
that's okay. I'm
yeah,
learning.
yeah.
This is,
That's Southern shrimp and grits. If you're ever in the South and you're at a place that's like considers them a legitimate breakfast place, they're going to have shrimp and grits for sure.
okay. Oh, you know what I learned? I can say after that, fact.
Fact. Fact.
I don't know. It's not a fact to me, but it's. I'm still gonna. I'm gonna say that because now I know. It's like the equivalent of like I know that barbecue down by you is probably 10 times better than what we get up here.
Probably, but it's probably not as good as like the real good barbecue is like what? Where is it? It's like Kansas City and
Yeah,
probably Tennessee, and those places have a little bit better barbecue than Atlanta. But we have good barbecue out here too, though.
yeah. I can imagine. It's just there's like my parents live in Tennessee, and we've been to. I remember going to a barbecue place that they had, and it was like I remember getting fried okra,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
I had never tried before. And everybody talks about how like snotty and slimy and whatnot is, but I loved it, and it wasn't even that. It was like they did such a good job with it that I was like, it was wonderful, and so I didn't have that horrible connotation that people have with it. But the best thing they took us to was this weird barbecue, or I don't even know if it was barbecue. It may have been like a slow roasted chicken place, but it was in a gas station in the middle of nowhere.
Oh yeah.
And it was like one of those ones where like you just have to know
Yeah.
that it's there, and like and it was really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
that's
Those
the
places are the best.
yeah that's the thing I think of with like Atlanta and like the South of just having that desire for like the food that we just don't come by up here. Now, if you want seafood, you probably don't get seafood all that often, right?
There are some good seafood places out here, but it's not going to be compared to people who are like on the water. Like we're just landlocked, so we're never going to have the freshest seafood.
Yeah.
And like those type of restaurants are only going to do okay. We have some like good brands of seafood restaurants that have done well, but we're not like known for seafood out here.
Well, wait,
not at all.
how far is, because this is just a geography lesson for me, how far is Atlanta from the ocean? Because you're
I think the closest is Savannah. Well, is that an ocean or is that a lake? I don't know. I don't know where Savannah is on the water. I think that's maybe the Gulf. I got to look at a map. I'm gonna stop talking because now there's gonna be jokes about me not understanding geography. But we're 3 hours from water, from like big bodies of water.
Okay, that makes sense.
There's some lakes closer by, but from like the ocean, it'd be at least like 3 hours.
Gotcha. It's one of those ones where I just like I understand certain things location in the South, but Atlanta feels like it's more like where like Mississippi is, but I know it's not. It's like way further east.
Yeah, it's way further. Yeah, Mississippi is more central.
If you ask me about like what the Atlanta airport is like, I can tell you exactly what it's like and how to get through it because everybody goes to that airport. But outside of that, how much time do you like? Okay, wait. This is gonna be a weird question, and I was just about to say, you're able to go to all these conferences and things if you plan ahead.
Yeah.
But obviously, summers. Do you, as an administrator, do you get your summers off?
No, the summer is not off. But the work is just more flexible. So we work like more from home. It's more project based.
Okay.
So it's really about getting the work done, and then there's like certain standing meetings that happen But we kind of like meet together as a leadership team, decide on what are the consistent meeting times that will happen throughout the summer,
Yeah.
and then just communicate like when we're going to be on break and when we really won't be like reachable. Like I always like to take a international trip during the summer, and it's just standard knowing that I won't be reachable during that time.
Where, like, when you say international, where are you going?
We we like going to the Caribbean. So my wife's family is from St. Martin. So even we're going to St. Martin for Christmas this year. But we like to do, Jamaica and Mexico. We really like enjoyed like the tropical beaches. So that's kind of like what we do there. Try to get there at least once a year.
Are you
And
are you trying to make the rest of us jealous that you get to go out to the I mean, not necessarily me being a redhead, going to tropical locations with the sun, not my cup of tea generally, but I understand that a lot of people like it.
oh yeah, I love it. Like being on the beach, being able to jump in the sand. Um, and just like I don't know, like it's just hearing the ocean, and then the food is delicious too. So it's like all those things together, like very, I don't know, just revitalizing.
A match made in heaven for you there with the combo. It's one of those things where like everybody hears about the like teachers having their summers off, and I know that's not necessarily true in myself. Like there's still stuff that has to get done in order to prep.
Yeah,
But I imagine that on the administrator side that you don't get that same flexibility.
yeah.
Everybody.
But like over the years, you kind of like figure out like what your working style is, how to get a lot of things done, and just um, like batch like your work, right? So like getting as much stuff done before the summer hits, be able to say like, all right, I actually don't have to work
Yeah.
all day every day of the summer because I've done this other work that's gonna make my other time more flexible.
Do you?
But if you lax or if you don't use that time, then it's like, all right, I got a whole bunch of stuff I have to do and prep before teachers come
Yeah.
back.
Do you end up spending that time doing a lot of artwork? Like when you get books, obviously the contracts are like, contract. You never know when a contract's going to come in.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, do you schedule? Because some publishers are very nice and say like, can you do this, and if so, like when? And some are this is a book that's slated for this time. Can you do it? And it's either a yes or a no. And so
Yeah.
I'm wondering, do you have that with the day job? Do you have that flexibility, or are you able to like shift things around to breaks and stuff like that?
Yeah, I try to plan as many deadlines after a break as possible.
Yeah.
But I tend to like run a little behind on deadlines though. So it's everything just ends up getting a little mixed up anyway. But anytime we have a break, I'm always going to be drawing at some time during that break. So we just had fall break, and each fall we like to go to the mountains in Georgia, the Blue Ridge Mountains out here. Even in like rent a small cabin and just kind of like get away for a few days.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna be drawing up there, and that's why I be like doing it digitally is so convenient because I can just take it anywhere. But if it's a long break, if it's winter break, Christmas break, spring break, there's going to be a good amount of time where I'll knock out a ton of illustration. Big Tune, I did most of that work while I was in St. Martin 2 years ago.
Mm.
And just like waking up really early before everybody else got up, while everyone's at the beach, like taking naps. I'm like, getting some art done in the sand.
As long as you're not like in the hotel room going like, got a deadline.
Oh yeah. I find like the right moments, just like that idle time where it's like we're not really doing anything necessarily, except like everybody's like kind of chilling or reading a book. Like my drawing the iPad is sometimes like my reading a book.
Okay. I know that like for me, like I said, the night times are generally the time to do it, but I can imagine that fitting that in can be a challenge for anybody, but I imagine that your schedule and being on call of something's wrong,
Yeah.
pipes burst, whatever it may be, and you have to be around to deal with it. Sorry, I got to drink water here. Are there tips that you would give to folks that have day jobs who are interested in breaking into said industries?
Ooh,
And
that's a good question.
I mean, it's easy enough to say like, hey, you got to do this kind of artwork and you got to prep your portfolio, but like management of time, how you delineate your responsibilities.
Yeah, I think you got to be like very like. So what has worked for me is being like obsessive with my calendar. So and just like building some routines and habits that sustain me or keep me going, even when I'm like when I don't feel like doing it. All right,
Yeah.
because I think some people think like, oh, you get to draw and it's so much fun every time, and it's like.
Nope.
It's not fun all the time. Like there are some times where like I'm so inspired, and I'm just like drawing and I'm cranking things out. But you know, you get to hour 200 of working on a project, and you're like, dang, I really want to finish this.
Yes.
And you still have another 200 hours. Um, so I think in moments like that, like you have to lean back onto your habits. And for me, like that early wake up time, like that 4 a.m. wake up time, is something that I've been very consistent with the last 3 years. And it's what has allowed me to be able to stick with the art and still be a full time principal and be with my son and like um, be the type of dad and husband that I want to be.
Yeah.
But like I have to be so consistent with my time to where like I just I have to compartmentalize very, very well. So like when I'm in the office, like I do not disturb on everything. Um, just gotta really be focused. Because if I don't, then that time is it's gonna get me on the back end.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna be stressed. And then I had to learn that the hard way. Is like when I can feel a deadline about to be missed. Because there's a certain point where you're like, I'm not gonna meet this deadline. Like I know it. I know the deadline's 2 weeks away, but based off my current pace, I'm not gonna meet it. So like when I start to have those feelings, those are moments where I just don't like feeling that way. So I had to get really tight with my schedule to say like, all right, these are my time blocks where I'm illustrating. I have like very clear planners of like, what are my priorities? What projects am I working on first? When is this due? Who is it due to?
Yeah.
Cause I'm also working on like I'm always working on multiple projects at once. So like,
that's the first time I've heard that, but I mean, not necessarily that I haven't had that situation, but I like the who is it due to?
yeah,
Because you have so many things going, you lose track of what art director is in charge of this one.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a funny way to phrase that.
yeah,
Do you one of the things that I like? I'm in the November 30th is a deadline for me, so I got a couple weeks left, but I'm in the final stages of a book, and as you mentioned, like the final stages may not always be the most exciting part because you're in the thick of it, and you're the stuff that you put off or the things that just dropped on you late sort of fall into play. Like right now, I just finished basically the cover, which is always
yeah,
sort of one of the last things because it's always after you've done a majority of the work.
yeah.
But I'm wondering, do you have a method in which you work to make that easier as well, in the sense of like the order of things, or the obviously the having to keep track of multiple projects is something that's going to be a challenge, but just how do you make it feasible to get all the stuff done in a way that feels comfortable?
Yeah, yeah. So something I've done in me and my agent Christy talk a lot about schedules and deadlines and like workflow. And something that has helped me and through with books, I'm like playing with some different styles too. So I've tried to like group books with the same type of style with each other. So like I'll work on a character for book A and a character and characters for book B, and I'll focus on those because they have similar styles, and like my brain is already wired to like do, make a book that looks like that.
Yeah.
And then if I have a book that's a different style, like I can't even work on that book on the like honestly like in the same like week. Like it has to be a whole nother week where I focus on that style because it's hard for me to go back and forth. And then I do a lot of work. So even though my sketches are really rough, I do a lot of work with the characters, especially the main character to have different angles and different expressions and different gestures. Because then I find once I do that work on the front end, it makes it easier to kind of plug some of the work I've done into later scenes where, oh, I know what this character looks like from a side profile. Let me just go and copy, paste, change the expression or where the eye is looking.
Yeah.
And now it's easier to keep going.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you end up, do you enjoy a certain stage of the process more than others?
I enjoy the lighting and shading the most out of anything, because I feel like that is where like it just feels like it has like depth to the image, and it's, I don't know, just makes it kind of just sparkle in a different way. So like lighting and shading is a lot of fun to me.
Is that
And then also
something you do along the way, or do you wait until the end to do all of that?
I do it I do it at the end of each like final spread.
Yeah.
So like the very last part of that specific piece. But I do all of it at the end. I do all the shading and lighting at the end of once I have all the flat colors down.
Gotcha. It's it's always one of those things where I'm like trying to figure out and I don't know if you run into the same battle, but I feel like every book has a different process that sort of works for me. I feel like if I were to go back and look at what I did the first book, I would laugh at like the way that I decided to tackle it. And now I feel like, I'm much better, but I also feel like the next book I'm going to go, oh, well, here's a challenge that I wasn't expecting, and I got to figure out how to manage it. And so hearing other people's tales of woe or their methodology is always sort of interesting to me because it just gives me insight on other ways that I can sort of not necessarily reinvent the wheel for myself, but just different ways that I can play that I may not have seen before. Are you someone who, when you work, do you feel like your books look wildly different than each other?
I think wildly different, not wildly different, but they do look different. So like Big Tune looks very different than like Repeat After Me. Like those styles feel different to me because like how I created the characters looks different. They all have like collage elements, but like the style of the characters is different, and like even like the process I went through for those are different. And then when I did, so I really like how I did Big Tune, but once I did Repeat After Me, that's when I felt probably the most comfortable with like the shading and the lighting and kind of like playing with that a little bit more. So I've tried to mimic that style, like when I went into Forever and Always and Dante Plays His Blues. So I feel like those, like how I end up rendering them are like look similar. But I have a book coming out in January, Let's Fly, which is co-author between Barrington Irving and Hannah Stiefel, where they that one is a nonfiction book, so that those characters are less like stylistic. It's like more I don't know, more just like realistic.
Yeah.
So that's where I kind of like switched. That's probably the most different style than all of the other books.
with the idea, I mean, I see there is a difference aesthetically, but I also, one of the things that I like to talk about a little bit on here is just the idea of uh, people's understanding of their style. And I'm trying to move away from using the word style because I feel like it's problematic. I
Mm-hmm.
feel like it's a word that like people gravitate to and say like that their work must be a style. Whereas I think voice is probably the better word
Yeah.
for it. And so thinking about like when I look at your work, there is a voice that comes through in each book, but I'm wondering, do you have the same sort of thing that I see? And so some of it is like shape design
Mm-hmm.
and shape language. Some of it is um, certain textures and the way that you play with collage and things of that sort. But do you have things that you see as your calling card in your work that you can say, this is the quintessential Shamar look?
Yeah, I think it probably is the definitely the collage, the use of collage, and then now, so I would say the lighting and the shading, where outside of Big Tune, the lighting and the shading is more consistent, like the style that I'm using for them. Even like the brush textures are um are similar.
Okay.
Even though the characters, I'm working to make the characters look different. Like even when I design them, I'm like, I want to change the way their nose looks or the way their eyes are shaped, and like because I want each book to feel or like the characters don't look. I just like doesn't look like I just changed their outfits
Yeah.
or did anything. Um, so I think the rendering though, like knowing that there could be some interesting textures, is consistent, and then that shading and lighting. What will be different? So I got uh, 3 books coming out next year, and each of those have very different styles. So Let's Fly is the nonfiction one coming out in January. In June, I have a book called Big Boy Joy, which is written by Connie Schofield, and that is like more of like a board book type style, like very like playful, uh, is not whimsical, but like the kids are like they're young. They're like 4 years
Yeah.
old, so it does look a little bit more just like toddlerish. And then I got you coming out in July, which is written by Derek Barnes, and that one it is more realistic, probably closer to Let's Fly, but it's just so much texture in that one to where it's gonna look so much different than Let's Fly. Because Let's Fly is probably where I used the least amount of texture and collage because it was a nonfiction work, but the nonfiction work it didn't feel as right to use so much texture, so much collage in there, because collage it just makes it um, I don't know, more difficult to make it like be like, oh, this was a real event that happened like in history. Like it would have been like too stylistic, I thought.
So I do have a question I mentioned right off the top tonight about collage, and it's a question I'm sort of weighing on the project that I'm going to be working on, which is um, looking through some of the books, and like in the Big Tune book, there's a moment in there where I think a car has some text on it,
Yeah.
and I was I'm one of those people where like once I see text like that, I'm like, I'm gonna read it, I'm gonna see what it says, and there was nothing that was like misplaced, and like it's talking about like, it's not some like weird science article that's talking about genetics and whatnot that you
Yeah.
cut up and made into a car. But the client that I'm working with, the not the client, the publisher that I'm working with, said, "Hey, we're okay with you using collage. Just be mindful of how much text and what text is in it."
Yeah.
And I think some of it was for international rights, some of it was for copyright level and things of the sort. And I'm wondering, uh, is there, when you worked with that, just for, since I have not done collage in a book yet, I'm wondering, was there any oversight or challenge in the way that um, the work was
Like
uh,
yeah, like the paper, like where I chose to pick the collage
yeah.
from. You
Yeah,
know?
or did they have anything saying like you have to be mindful of how much text you actually have in the book in general?
Uh, they not because of copyright. They've done it because they don't want the text to compete with the words on the paper.
Yeah.
But no one has been like, oh, you have too much of this texture on this page, and it's like we can tell where it came from. Nobody has said that. But I also make sure that the text is, in most times, it's like pretty like you like illegible.
Yeah.
To where it's like,
Yeah.
all right, like you actually can't tell where this would come from. It's you can see a word, but you can't tell that. It's like, oh, this is from my favorite chapter book that I pulled this from. And then anytime I'm like using texture, like now in like books, I'm like scraping it or like giving it like a sandpaper effect to where it looks even more like vintagey and like worn out. To where I'm like manipulating the lines and the look and the color of it, and making only a few letters appear, to where I'm like painting or coloring on the texture.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's one of those things where like I just like, even you saying it's a matter of like making sure it doesn't counteract or challenge the text that's already there. I hadn't even thought of that in the process, and it's I know that like I would probably think about it on the fly, but it's something that just hadn't popped into my head until you just said that. And so like I don't think I'm going to end up using text in mine in general, but one of the things that I was talking about was using some found sort of images, and I would cross out the text or destroy it to a point where it wouldn't even look like text anymore of any sort. But that still becomes a challenge of like, how do I manage that in the final piece?
Yeah.
Do you with working with the collage, have you found, I mean, obviously like it's digital, so if you need it, I'm assuming you're using lots of layers, first of all.
Yes, I use so many layers. And it's hard in Procreate though, because Procreate has like allows the least amount of layers.
Yeah.
So like constantly like merging and like moving things to other documents. So like I'm gonna have, I don't know, 3 or 4 files for one spread. But
wait,
yeah,
how big are these files? And what iPad are you using?
I'm using, what am I using? I'm using an iPad Air.
That may be the challenge right there.
Yeah.
It's
like
I don't think it has enough RAM, because I've talked about this on here before that I originally got an iPad when they first came out, an iPad Pro, and I was down to like some files I could only have 2 layers because it was just they were so big. And then I got the new iPad Pro with the M1 or M2 chip, and that same file I could have 30 something layers, and it was just the amount of RAM that they dedicated to external apps was very, very different and made such a huge difference in the artwork. And that's why I ask, is just
I might need to go ahead and go get an update. Yeah, I'm on the iPad Air 4th generation.
I've basically assumed that every like 5 years I'm getting a new one, just because of the processing power and keeping up with some of the work. I mean, putting in something that's, I don't know, 30 inches wide by, or not, the 30 inches wide is not accurate. Let's say 24 inches wide by 12 inches tall, like to count for bleed and all those things. Like, it makes a huge difference. So I'm not saying you got to go buy
my iPad's only 256 gigabytes.
Oh yeah. You need to get yourself some more room to play.
Yeah. And it's like I'm at like 220 gigabytes on it right now. So like it's about to crash.
That's a good time to talk to your partner and say, you know what, I have a very specific requirement for my job that requires me to get a brand new iPad to play with. And you can write it off.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
it off. It doesn't have to be you know, for nothing. But it's yeah, when I found out that it did that, anybody that runs into that problem of like, yeah, it has trouble processing. I'm like, that's why. Um, the what was I gonna say? Okay, now here's the question about layers that I have for you. And this is a do you play well with others question.
Okay. Okay.
Do you label your layers properly?
No. No. I layer shading, lighting, like the highlights,
Yeah.
um, and then if I do merge a character, I'll name the character in there. But I have so many layers going that it would slow down my workflow so much if I labeled all of
Okay.
them.
Okay.
And then I play around with the lighting so much that I have like a one main lighting layer, like, but it's a group, and then there's different lighting inside of the lighting. So there might be 3 or 4 ways that I've done the lighting because I like to play with the opacity and everything. But labeling is really hard for me to do on all of them.
Now,
And like in like Procreate now, I can just like press on the layer that I want, and I can just like it will just go directly to it, so I don't even have to like search for it anymore.
wait, how?
Yeah, you just go. If you click on it, let me pull up something.
Is there an auto select like they have in Photoshop?
Yeah, I don't use a lot of Photoshop. Let me
Are
see
you
if I can go.
trying to do the hand gestures for it without having the iPad there?
No, I got it right here.
I thought you were trying to like, okay, if you click and then slide and move your finger this way.
Okay, so here. I can see what y'all can see. So this is a good example of me not labeling anything in my life. It's just everything is just crazy. But I can go, if I want to go on to the saxophone, then it just pops up, and then I can just click it, and then I'm on it. So then there's no need for me to
wait. Do that again. So like click on the head or something.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how's it not grabbing just the color?
Because that's my picker.
Oh, because that's been a major complaint for me about Procreate is like clicking the right layer.
Yeah, but yeah, now I can see it. It probably would help me if I labeled them, but I can find the layer so quickly now that I don't need to.
Oh, so wait, what do you hand off then to the publisher? Do you hand off a layered file?
Yes, like the first time I sent this, I handed this one. This was like one of the first finals for the cover.
Okay.
And then they ended up making some changes to. I think we ended up taking away. They moved around these plants, the flowers. I did details on the saxophone, and then they changed the colors of the lettering because I had all different colors for it, but they just did shades of blue for it. But I send my files like this.
Oh, so you don't play well with us.
And they might be. They've never said anything to me, but maybe I need to start labeling my layers.
But they have a voodoo doll that they've been sticking pins in. You haven't
like
noticed in pains recently that have happened?
They're probably so angry with me because I do that for every project.
Maybe it's not an issue. I've always just been one of those people like I am horrible with layering or with naming layers, but then when I send the thing off, I spend like the last like even though I'm working traditionally, I do have layers of like type and a few other little odds and ends to make it easy on them so that they can cut stuff out if they need to for marketing purposes or whatever. But I go through the last day and I adjust all of those layers, knowing that there's some poor like intern that probably has to sit there and find all these layers from me. But you know, again, if they have a method, if they're in Photoshop, technically, if it's open and not locked, they can just click on a thing and do auto select, and it's not an issue.
Yeah, maybe, and that's probably what they're doing because yeah, this is more the final version. I think I went back and I changed the colors after they gave that feedback. I added the details and changed the color in the background.
Yeah,
But it's still a whole bunch of layers. It has to be about 50 layers here.
yeah, that's probably why some of that's running slow too.
I got so many layers. And Procreate will, you know, every 45 minutes will glitch on me and just close.
Ugh.
But yeah,
Man.
but it saves everything though. So there's never been a point where I've been like, dang, nothing I did save. But yeah, I work
I'm
out
try to
layers.
I'm going to try to help you convince your partner that you absolutely need a new iPad in order to make it in this business.
I do. I need a bigger iPad too. So like this one.
Yeah, that's the 10-inch or whatever it is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I've been working off, or I put in some good hours with this. So it probably is time for a re-up. And this is my second one. So I'm probably due for a third one. Go trade this one.
I still have my first one, and it doesn't hold a charge and all sorts of stuff. But like, it's the new one is by far better, and it's even the one that I have now is probably like 2-3 years old at this point, and will eventually need to be replaced. But it's just there's going to be a cycle of them going through the house. I mean, the one that doesn't work is sort of, or the first one I have that it doesn't have the processing power and whatnot is sort of, actually, that's here. That's the one I'm using for my studio to have my feed a live feed.
Oh, okay.
That's its sole purpose now.
Right.
It's not
live feed.
Yeah. It's so I can watch what you're doing and watch what I'm doing and making sure that we're sort of staying on the same page and that people can see what we're doing. It's literally just a monitor at this point. Now, do you, like you said, you don't use Photoshop much?
No.
Do you ever use it? Like for projects, or is it?
I've used it if when have I used it? I've used it if the publisher sent back a layered file to me, and they needed me to edit that specific layered file, because they usually don't. The files usually don't come back to where Procreate can like take them and receive them well.
Yeah,
that's another argument I have with Procreate. Like going back and forth with files is not the easiest thing.
No.
So that's I've had to do that before. But other than that, I don't use Photoshop at all. I just haven't taken the time to learn it as well as like what I've learned with Procreate. So, and I'm just like trying to keep hustling and like getting stuff done. So like I don't have time to learn a whole new app. Like I'd rather learn a skill or practice something, but like a whole new drawing app. And Procreate has done me fine. So I'm just gonna stick with it.
I mean, it's one of those things where like I don't even use Photoshop for much nowadays, and the only things I use it for are the Band-Aid tool and a little bit of color correction, and at most, the only other thing that I would use it for really is for type. If I have to put type, just because Procreate is sort of that is one thing that I wish Procreate would solve. They have not figured out how to manage type easily.
Yeah, no. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't do a lot of type. What do you use type for? Do you, like on you do the type for some of the illustrations?
Yeah, I do hand lettering, but just like in design, or sometimes I will go and like tweak things in Photoshop to get the a typeface in for like a little thing on something. But I also use it in other capacities for like school and programming purposes and whatnot. And Illustrator is by far my favorite thing to use, or InDesign for type. But Procreate is just clunky. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's just clunky.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I agree.
Is there one of the questions I ask people on here, and I have a feeling that you already have an answer to this right off the bat, but everybody as artists generally continue to grow and expand their skills and challenge convention and whatnot. And I'm wondering, are there things that you feel like you need to, or that you're interested in pursuing art-wise, as far as like, you know, more like writing, or is there like new skills beyond even just standard illustration skills that you're like, this would be fun to partake in?
Yes, there are. So writing, yes, I want to be able to write and illustrate my own projects. That's like one of my big like 2025
The do
goals. To like,
list.
yeah, like to sell something that I wrote and illustrated. Like my first like to have like a author illustrated work in the world, or like not in the world, but at least like try to sell.
Yeah.
And then a different artistic hobby that I'm playing with right now is videography. So like on my Christmas list, which is probably why I can't put, you know, an iPad on there, is like a really nice camera, to where I want to be able to like do some more videography of like processing videos and stuff, but also I don't know, in my like wildest dreams, I would love to be like a director. So I was like, all right, let me get some like light practice with this, of like recording, you know, screen or shot planning. And there's a lot of like opportunity at school to like create videos for things.
Yeah.
So I want to do that, and I wanted to do, like step up my content and promotion creation. Like, so our earlier conversation was talking about like, oh, like how the publisher, you know, promotes us and does these things. I was like, I actually don't need to wait for them to do some of these other things. Like I could create my own like mini commercial advertising my book. Like that's like
Yeah.
high quality, where the camera looks like the people are really clear and crisp. I want to do some of my own like process videos where like the camera quality is nice. So that's what I've been teaching myself a ton right now. Like I'm watching all videos on lighting and just how to plan out a video, camera movement, like good beginner cameras, and then how to like play with the different video editing apps. So
How do you find, this is me just being like an amazing, how do you find the time? Like I understand that, you know, some of it is just willpower, but I
yeah,
feel like your time probably has to be so limited
my
and scheduled that, like, how do you find the time to do all that?
my time during the day is like thing after thing after thing. So like I'd use my Google Calendar to a T, to where on my calendar it will say, and I have so many alarms, like 4 o'clock wake up,
Yeah.
4:15 shower, 4:45 work on these sketches, 5:15 work on this sketch. So like I have to run that way to be able to do, to not like days off and get tricked by something else.
Yeah.
And then I use sometimes like when I'm doing other things. So like so my wife does drop off duty for our son to daycare. And then I do pickup, and then I do like the night routine, other than tonight. But I usually do like bath time, bedtime story, and then he has like a little bit of like sleep anxiety right now, so he will
Oh,
not fall asleep like by himself. So like I'll just like lay in there, and I'll just like lay with him until he falls asleep, and then I'll just ninja slide like out of the bed. But like while I'm waiting for him to go to sleep, like I got my like phone with me, I got my Bluetooth headphones, and I'm just like watching like process videos. So like everything that I'm like, all right, what I'm trying to teach myself, like I got a Skillshare account where I'm just watching all these mini videos of how to do these things. And that's how I like, honestly, how I taught myself Procreate, where well I learned through watching all these videos and doing all these practice exercises and stuff. So like I'm taking myself through that
yeah.
process, and then I'll watch it like, you know, without practicing first, and then, you know, in the morning I'll watch it again while I'm, doing some final coloring and stuff. Like I'm like doing those kind of things simultaneously, um, which helps a lot. Uh, and then I like throughout my day for work, like I'm chunking out times where I have meetings and then times where I'm like engaged in deep work where I'm just like I'm doing this planning so that I feel ready for the next thing. So
I you make me feel so lazy.
but my wife says the same thing, but we just like think differently. So like for me to be, in my heart, like productivity just makes me feel good. Like I'm not a good rester. Like I don't rest well.
Yeah.
And but I feel good by just doing things and like completing them. So like this is what gives me energy to get to the next task. Like I'm like a big to-do list person, and like I'll write something on a to-do list that I already did just so I could put a check in the box because it just makes me feel good. Like, yep, I did that. Like it wasn't even on my original plan, but I completed it. So like that's what keeps me going and active. Um, and then I can lose track of other things though. So if it's something, this is a conversation that me and my wife have a lot. So if I feel like it's not a main priority at that moment, I will completely ignore it. And then until she's like, remember you said you were going to do this other thing? And I'm like, yep, my bad. Like, let me put my iPad down or let me stop doing this other thing that I felt was important because there's these other things that I also have to prioritize.
Remember,
So,
we're on vacation in the Caribbean.
yeah. Like that type of stuff. That type of stuff.
Gotcha. It's I I heard upstairs when I heard the delayed reaction of my wife when I said you make me feel lazy, and I heard her laugh at that. So that's a clear sign that I was not too far off in that statement. um, she knows. She knows. Now she laughed again because she heard that. Um, what does your wife do? Is she?
She is a director of, I'm trying to get her title right. She is a director of like program design for a education nonprofit. So she puts together materials and manages a team on developing materials that support instruction of teachers and leaders in schools so that they can have like social emotional learning practices that still can lead to like high quality learning and rigorous instruction. So she's like the smarter version of us, of our couple. She's the brilliant one. So she travels a lot for work. So she actually just got back today. She had been in Chicago at a conference, just like learning and just like figuring out like different research practices. And then her work is around designing professional development.
She must know. We have a colleague at school, the art history or not art. I'm sorry, art education uh, uh, coordinator who just was in Italy learning. I forget what the method is called. She must know what your wife must know what this is, but it's a new sort of methodology for early education, like even pre-K, things of the sort. But one of the things that really hit me that was such a nice statement the other day, and I think I mentioned it to my wife as well, was that they don't use the term special needs. They use the term special rights.
Oh.
And I was like, that's a really nice sort of sentiment of that, this is not people having to go out of their way to do something that's on top of. This is something that is like a required thing for these students, that this is what they deserve. And I was like, when I heard that, I was like, oh, like that's such a good change in education and the sort of like mentality that goes around with some of that.
I agree that.
I forget what the method is called though. It's some person's name, I think, and it's Italian. It's a Italian based sort of like learning system.
Yeah, I'll have to ask about it. But I think that's right. I think it's like because words have power, right? Like the way that we describe things dictates the way that we treat people and how we think of them, and just how we just ensure, that they are capable. And like many, diverse like learners and thinkers are super capable.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just takes a different path to be able to get them to the same understanding. And I think there's been a lot of research and just a lot of thinking around just like everybody actually thinks very differently. So like there's no standard way of thinking, and just the more we study the brain, the more we understand that like neurodivergence is way more typical than what we thought it was
Yeah.
growing up.
Well, it's one of those things. Like I learned my son just started middle school this year, and so good, or wish me good luck. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, middle school's a different beast.
Yeah, but one of the things that they did that I was really kind of surprised by is this this approach of students can retake tests as many times as they, or like, I think there's probably a limit, but the idea of that they have the ability to retake a test over and over until they get it kind of situation. And at first, growing up, and I don't know how old you are, but with, the era in which I went through school, that was not an option. You took it once and you did what you did. And I remember thinking like, I don't know about that. Like originally it was this mentality of, and this is coming up in the collegiate sort of art teaching for me too, of my mentality originally was this idea that like you have no accountability then. Like you can just keep taking it over and over and over. And then I had one of the teachers at the middle school said this thing, and it really sort of connected with me, which is the goal is not to punish someone for not knowing the information. The goal is to get them to learn the information. And that may take more tries than what most people are used to, or it might be a different method that needs to be implored. Implored? No, what's the word I'm looking for?
Applied?
Applied or implemented. I think I was doing a count. In order to get that information across. And if it takes an extra week for a person, does that really make a difference if they learn it? I was like, oh, that's so good. And like, education has come along so far. And I'm actually thinking about like when I teach students in my illustration classes, like how much do I need to like hold to the idea that everybody has to be on the same process at the same time, or can I give a little bit more flexibility and allow them that freedom to learn at their own pace or to learn in a different way? It's that's a big question.
That's definitely a good way of like thinking about it. I also think it's like what is necessary, like the feedback in between those assessments, right? So it's like, yes, you can take it again, but before you take it again, these are the things that we're going to do differently before you have a shot, right? Like, so I either need to look at how you did, look at how you performed, and figure out where your misconceptions were, and like reteach you that skill. Or if your misconception is around like work ethic or precision, or like if it's math and you're showing your work, right? Or if it's art and you're not using the technique right, like is this a skill gap, or is this was a will or an effort gap? And whatever it is, you don't do that same mistake again the next time you
don't go into it with the same exact mindset. That's I remember when I was I may have told this on here before, but when I was in high school, I took a physics test, and it was about like electricity of, here's the current, and then it goes through this transformer and it changes the wattage to this. And well, I don't even remember what it was, but I gotten straight A's basically for all my classes. And then I got a D on that test. And I remember being sort of horrified. And the teacher was like, I know you could have done better, but what I want to do is, because you've done well in the class, I want to give you the opportunity. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a chance to retake this test. And then I went and studied and studied and studied. And then I got an F. And it was, I don't know if I did the same mistake or if I actually did the problem of I corrected too far and said, well, if, the answer on this is true, I'm going to make it false. And if the answer on this is false, I'm going to make it true. And in turn, basically gave myself a horrible score. And she just looked at me and said, we'll take the D. Well,
We'll take the D.
yeah. Like
We'll take,
she wasn't wrong. She wasn't wrong, and it's one of those things where I still don't know what I did wrong. I
yeah.
don't know
They
where
and yeah,
I
and
got.
that's the issue. That's the where the gap is. Like there has to be a conversation of like this is where you did wrong.
Mhm.
And like and like sometimes you don't have to like model it with the same exact questions, but it's like you got to show like you are misunderstanding this like
Yeah.
concept. So like you got to tell or show how you know this, or we need to revisit this
Yeah.
now.
We need to never let you near electricity because
Yeah.
you're
Yeah, or if it's like like a effort gap or just like a trying your best, it's like, you know, you took an hour on this, but you spent 45 minutes like looking at the ceiling, right? So you have 20 minutes. Like I need 20 minutes of solid focus. Here's the timer. Like go.
it's probably not too far off the idea of me spending some time looking at the ceiling. uh, you probably caught on to something that I should have seen myself earlier. Um, do you with thinking about uh, the way in which kids learn, and obviously like reading comprehension and that kind of stuff is stuff that shows up in
Mhm.
the the year level that you're teaching. And what I'm trying to do is get away from just like teach, but back to the book
Mhm.
side of things. How much do you actually put in some time and effort into trying to figure out how the kids read the books,
Mhm.
even if it's not the educational standard in the sense of like, here's how cars work in a book.
Yeah.
Is there thought process behind sort of the way that you approach your illustrations in like reading comprehension level, different age groups or different approaches?
Like I do aim for it like their them being able to depend on the pictures, right? Because with picture books, we're at the age level where, as they're learning how to read, they have to use a combination of the words and the pictures to understand what is happening in the
Yeah.
text. And then, honestly, sometimes the level of the text complexity of picture books is way higher than the age group for who they're intended for.
Yeah.
So they have to have a scaffold or a support when even being able to access the book. So like my job with pictures is for them to be able to say like to look at it and look at a character and already see like what are the emotions, what is the struggle, what is the event that's happening, so that they can access that text even without looking at the picture. I mean, without looking at the words,
Yeah.
or reading the words, because you know even my son, so my son is 3, right? He can't access any of the words that are in many of the
Yeah.
books that I'm illustrating, but he can look at the picture, right? He can open up Forever and Always, see that first spread, and see that, oh, Daddy's home, right?
Yeah.
And he can see in that moment that the child is excited, the dad is like giving a big welcome, even though he can't say, read, you know um, Daddy wraps me in the biggest hug, and it feels like 1,000 I love yous, right? Um,
Yeah.
so I do think that like if the words should be able to be pulled away from the book and be able to access it, and if I haven't been able to do that, then that means I need to add more detail to that page, or at least more emotion to have them understand the gist of what's going
Yeah,
on.
because you don't. I mean, ultimately, with this age group of picture books, you don't want to have. You're trying to get them to learn how to read without the assistance of others eventually, uh,
Yeah.
and you want to give them that leap of faith and belief in themselves that they can succeed reading in those books. It's one of those things where like I know that I consider some of that, but I also just with the idea again the capacity in which you are in the education system of like how much does that weigh into it, because it is something that you deal with probably on a semi-regular basis.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
are there outside of artwork, one of the, I'm a big proponent of getting out there and doing life outside of art and not having art be uh, the whole factor in someone's life, because I think that there's a lot to be gained from other things brought back into your artwork. And I'm wondering, is there other what do I want to say? Like, I don't want to say events. That sounds weird. Are there other things that you do that you think are somehow beneficial to your artwork that are not art related? Like, are there any activities that you do? Are you a hunter? Are you a, you know, whatever it may be?
No, I think art is probably the biggest like thing I would classify as like a hobby, but I I pride myself on just like getting out the house a lot. So like, you know, just like being outside, like not like outside in the wilderness, but like just outside, right? So something that my wife and I talked about, you know, in 2023 was like we really enjoyed live music. So it was like this was a year of just like going to concerts and seeing performances and um like participating in those type of like shows and events, because that's like another form of art where it's like it's like cool to be able to hear the songs and listen to the music and like dress up in like either like fancy or like cool outfits. But there's also this thing of like, oh, like there's a whole creative team behind this that I wonder just like how they thought of this and who designed this and like who thought of this choreography, because it's just people just like doing things in ways that aren't where we're naturally creative. And so we like always trying to like get out and see the shows, and then like take like little small trips. So I think we've gotten better about like, even though we like to travel and get on planes, we're also like continuing to think about like what are some drivable family places where we can just like get out of Atlanta, and just like see things, spend time with family, but like get a little staycation. And those trips are like some of the things where we've been able to create some like family traditions. I talked about like our cabin trip earlier. Like that's the how many times it was that's the sixth time we've gone to the mountains since living in Atlanta. We've gone 6 years in a row where we have like taken a trip to the mountains and rented a cabin and just like hung out in the mountains and went apple picking. And this year we did like they have like a train that goes through like a scenic route and you can like you see the tour and stuff. So it's like those type of traditions are things that I don't know, that are just a lots of fun, but then it's also like helps with inspiration. It's just like sometimes like being able to be creative is just seeing so many different things and just like observing.
Bringing those otherworldly experiences back to
it's like it's just like being around, like just being in community, but also just like escaping and slowing down a little bit.
Okay, so you did mention, and I need to hear what it was, because I don't think I've ever been to a concert or anything of the sort where there was choreography. I'm trying to think if there was. No, I don't think so. So what are we talking music wise?
Oh, so let's see, where we go. We went to the Usher concert most recently.
Okay.
That was in October.
That's definitely got dancing.
That was dancing. That was all dancing.
Was he doing
so much dancing?
Doing roller skating? Because I know that's like a thing now for him. Where like he's.
Yep, he did roller. It was an amazing concert. It's probably like it was like 3 hours long, so it was like even a longer concert. But he just did decades and decades of hits.
Okay.
And he brought out the roller skates, had a whole routine on roller skates, and just sang for hours straight. So yeah, that was choreography. And then we did, I don't know if are you familiar with Gucci Mane?
I know the name. I would probably, if I heard it, I might know it.
Okay.
But.
So he is a rapper, but like, so we have, and he's from Atlanta. So we have different things where there are like rap artists who perform with the Atlanta Symphony.
Oh, cool.
And so it's his songs, but the instrumentals are coming from the orchestra. So we like dressed up in black tie, went to the Atlanta Symphony, where everybody was like dressed like
Yeah, to the nine.
spectacular. Yeah, to the nines, just spectacularly. And just like listen to like his hits while also just having a ton of fun. So we did that. So something that's like fun for my wife and I. We're like both creative people, both in like education, but also like have dedicated time to just be together to just like, you know, ideate and just dream big and like I don't know, just like have vision planning sessions, because we're like individually creative, but we also think about like how does our marriage create more ideas, and like what is the impact of us working together, and um as a family, how do we create a body of work and just create like a just have creative norms that our son will just think it's just regular. Like he sees me drawing on my iPad all the time. He's like, he just thinks that's just what people do. Just dads just
Yeah.
have iPads and they just draw, and they have an office. You know.
I need to yell something up to my wife real quick. Lauren, don't listen to the last minute or so. It makes me look bad. It's like
Yeah.
how long have you been married?
This is we celebrate 10 years in next July.
Okay. Maybe I was like that 10 years ago. We just hit our 20, and
Oh man, congrats,
yeah,
congrats.
yeah. Oh, thank you. But it's all downhill. I'm gonna warn you right there. It's they're just they're listing off all these.
10-year.
We're celebrating ourselves as a family, and I'm like, oh yeah, there's that. You live a very what do I say, like the tenets of your life are very well put together, and makes me go, ooh, I need to step up my game.
Oh yeah, we keep a babysitter like on retainer. We got a babysitter that is just like, all right, we have a scheduled day. We got our babysitter coming tomorrow night from 6:30 to 10:30, where it's just date night. And I think that way is like able for us to just get away. So we've done really well with that over the past 2 years. And then we'll have a babysitter come on Saturdays. We try to do at least one Saturday a month where the babysitter comes from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we just sneak away, and that's how we can kind of get creative and like think and like plan, like still work on individual projects. Like I've had to just like figure out how do I get over this hump of deadlines. And it's like I might need like 4 hours on a Saturday to just say like, all right, someone else has to watch my kid for this moment.
Yeah.
And then after those 4 hours, I can do like a 4-hour sprint. And then I'm like, all right, I can like be back and do all the other things that are like also important.
Well, actually, one of that is a question of when you say like weekends and like how do you manage this stuff. I mean, with maintaining, because this is it sounds like we're sort of talking about things that maybe doesn't relate to picture books to some folks, but I think it actually does, in the sense of like balance of life and work.
Yeah.
And how do you maintain a healthy life of getting out and doing things, but also you have a deadline. And like I've gotten to the point where when it gets to a deadline, like right now, I will do some stuff on the weekends. But if it's like just the meat of the project and I don't have to do weekend stuff yet, I try to avoid weekend work altogether. And so I'm wondering, like, do you, with you saying that self admitting that you sometimes push deadlines to a point that it's challenging, do you often go and risk weekends along the way?
Yes. I'll always work on weekends.
Oh yeah, see, now I look pretty good now.
Yeah. I'll always work on weekends. But like, but I've like tried to get better with it. So I'm still like and that's partly why I'm also really up early on weekends still. So like I'll still be up at 4 o'clock, and by 4:30 I'm already like into a project.
Yeah.
And then my wife and my son both sleep in on weekends, like especially Saturdays. So I could go from 4:30 to 9, and like nobody, no, the house is still asleep. So that's like almost like a good 4.5 hours where it's like, all right, like I did a 2 hour sprint, I took a break and like messed around with something, and then I did another hour, and then I get a good chunk of work done on a Saturday, and then we can still wake up and I'll cook breakfast, right? So it's like still able to like go back and forth. But I've also had to be really communicative and with my wife and saying like, hey, like I have a deadline, in 10 days. For me to make this deadline, I need help on this day. Like on Saturday, I just need an extra 2.5 hours for this spread, and that's going to help me out. That's going to make me feel better for the week. Um, and I've noticed like when I'm stressed out, I'm just not a good person. So, and like deadlines can be just so stressful.
Yeah.
That I'm like, all right, I got to just get it. I got to get it off my plate, get it off my mind. And once it's out of the way, then I can really be the human being that I want to be. But like, if I don't, then I'm just not going to be, it's not worth me not doing the work anyway, because I'm just going to be miserable to be around. So I've had to learn that over the years.
I think it'd be interesting to do like a study of sorts of the relationship management of people in kidlit or people that have deadlines like that, and how do they, like, same thing with my wife, like right now, because my deadline's coming up and whatnot, I've had to spend time down in studio on weekends, and that means that she has to entertain the youngin, and do the things that maybe are not always the like top of her list of things that she was going to do on a weekend or at nighttime or whatnot. And so it'd be interesting just to see how people deal with that, the complexity of all of that as they go along. I mean, I imagine that for the most part, it is a lot of give and take. Hey, I'll do this now, and then you do that later down the line.
Yeah, so much give and take. Because and she knows it too, because she is also creative, and she, like, her art is just as important, right? So it's like she has like done a good routine of like on Sundays she has like a writing group that she's going to. It's like 1 to 4 every Sunday, and it's like, all right, like I want you to have this time, and I think we give each other permission to say like, hey, I need this work to be creative, or this time to be creative, because this is something that makes me feel better as a human being.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then yes, and I think it's like the give and take is so helpful, because it's like there's no such thing as like work life art balance. Like there's no balance. There's just like kind of just working extremes. Like you commit all your energy and time into one thing, and then you pause, and you commit energy into another thing, and then you pause, and then you commit time to other things. And sometimes some things might get 30%, and at one moment, and you might get 75% the next day, and it might get 90 the next day after that, right? But it's like not it like being okay that everything is not going to be at 100. It's just not.
You're again, this is one of those things where like I feel like your ability to express and understand the dynamics of things, and I think this is probably part of the job. Like even with me being in the job that I'm in for higher ed, there's a lot of like people management and understanding of what I tend to say is like snowball effects, where one thing affects another thing. And after being on the admin side and seeing it and understanding, like, if I do A, B, or C, it's going to affect this thing down the line, whether it be enrollment or whether it be, the way teachers interact with each other or whatnot, is one of those skills and things that you just get proficient at. And so hearing this, like, how to manage even just a relationship as an artist and how to navigate those waters just clearly shows sort of the your ability and to sort of steer the boat of sorts. I'm trying to use a water metaphor. Since I said manage the waters or whatever it was I said. I said that and now I'm like clearly can't speak. Like this does this and something. How you holding up for the night?
I'm holding up well. I'm about to cut it short because I do have to go to sleep so I can be a productive human being in the morning. But this has been so much fun. This has been like just a great conversation. And like really reflective for me too, just to be able to just say like, yeah, these are things that I've been working on and being really intentional about. But I think sometimes we don't have the space to talk about it.
Yeah, to look back or to take the moment to just figure out who you are and what you need. So this has been amazing, and I know that there are people that I have on here that are great insights in the capacity of like a technique or in the capacity of like the publishing industry and whatnot. And I feel like you brought such a good like holistic look at how do I put this? Like the reason for being an artist and the desire to be better.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. Like to better yourself.
Perfect sense.
Yeah. And so like I walk away from tonight. There's not saying that like I wasn't impressed with technique or anything of the sort, but I feel like the thing that I walk away with tonight is like the motivation and the desire to like continuously work on my artwork, myself, whatever challenges in front of me, and the idea of like your ability to sort of tackle that without any sort of hesitation is a good lesson for me and for many folks out there. I hope that that you are not spent tomorrow.
But I think it would be good. So Friday is good. It's like a good day to follow this day because it's like you just run off adrenaline of the day.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
And then Saturday is the next day, so I could, if I really needed to sleep, I could do it. But no, I feel good. I'm gonna get some rest. And then I feel energized. I always feel energized by these talks. I'm probably gonna wake up just like on fire, just like ready to go. Like I might go iron my clothes right now and just be like, yeah, I'm gonna just jump into my work clothes as soon as I wake up. Cause I think these talks are just like super like inspiring, and it just like continues to like get me back into like, hey, why do I illustrate? Why do I principle? Why do I like do both of these things? Because they're like special, and I think part of it is being able to share it and communicate it and help others navigate it as well, because it is like hard. All of it is hard. And like, I think it's just naming that even when you see people like have success in this industry, like it doesn't make it less hard, but you kind of just like figure out what you need to get it done and the habits and the routines and the relationships that make it just a little bit easier to navigate, even though it's still challenging for everybody in different ways.
Now, I would like to address one thing that you just said there that makes me look even worse. You said you're going to get up and iron your clothes.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ironed my clothes in years. But you have to be presentable and look like you're managing life in a way that's probably more dramatic than what I have.
Yeah. I got to be ready to greet people in the morning and be about it. And like the hard part about like a 7:30 meeting is like I got to be the most awake. Be ready to go because you get other people excited and energized and
they can tune out or they can be tuned out, but you can't.
No, I cannot be tuned out. I gotta be ready.
Yeah. Well, I will say I have been very, very lucky and honored to have you on here to spend the time that you could allot for this and the insight that you've given, and I really do extend my gratitude for you taking the time on a night that is admittedly challenging for someone who has to get up at, or who chooses to get up at
Yeah.
4 or that's not a,
Yeah.
you're not forced to do that. I'm gonna
Yeah.
call you
Yeah.
on that
No, no. I appreciate that. I appreciate the invite. You're doing like truly special work by just having um, this space for artists to connect and talk and just be able to talk through these things, because so much artwork is done in isolation.
Yeah.
Um, in a dark room with just some lights, right? and I think this like continues to like humanize it and um, takes away the curtain or pulls back the curtain for people who don't understand just like the work that goes on behind the scenes, and then realizing like we're all working in isolation a little bit, but like go ahead and like find a community to talk with, to do this work with, because we're experiencing similar
Yeah.
challenges. So
Yeah.
it's like don't just this is a great
Well,
space.
thank
So
you. Thank you. All right. Go get some sleep. Go kiss your little one goodnight, and I will be in touch.
all right, will do. Thank you
All right.
again.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
All right, folks. That was a lovely conversation, and there is a delay on my feed. Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure he wasn't still on, and I'm talking about him and while he's still here. Thought I was going to say anything bad. I'm not saying anything bad. Why are you assuming that? More so, I have thoroughly enjoyed the conversation, and I hope that people got even the tiniest little bit of truth or nugget of information out of that. Even if it's just knowing that I don't know what a fax machine reference is in a in emoticon. Oh, hey Leslie. Okay, so I was gonna make a rat or a possum down here. I just realized, but I need to make them have a drum, and I'm wondering what color I should make that drum. I should probably make it this lighter color. I wanted them to have a little snare drum, so like some little like tip tip tap down there. And so this is just a little jazzy piece, as they call it. Lauren, you calling me old because I use the word emoticon? Isn't that what that is? An emoji? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess emoji is probably more accurate. You're right. Hey, you're older than me. What's it? An emoticon is the one that's done with like text, right? Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I don't ever use those. I don't know how to use my phone to contact people. Uh, Gracie Rue Blue. I'm guessing that's what the cuts in that that name is. Thank you. And all I would say is, if you want to say thank you, what you should do is go out and get one of Shamar's books and be like, "Hey, world, check this out! I got this book." I'm not saying you have to, but it's always fun when people take that extra little time to go and find those books. If you haven't seen them in person, it's always fun to go look at those. Okay, I got a little drum. Pum. We'll put on a little stand here. Okay, we're getting there. It's a weird crocodile band. I have a lot to do here. So in the meantime, if you're listening, if you're watching, the rest of the night, now that the guest of honor has left, it's me and you, which means what I need people to do is to put questions in the comments, and I will answer as many questions as I can before the night is out. I'm going to work until probably about midnight to get this done. I have a lot to do. to get this to a point where I feel happy with it. But if there is something that you are questioning, something that you're wondering about, and you need answered, or you want help trying to figure out how to navigate the world that's in front of us. Ooh, I got so many of these pinks. You guys don't even know. I got that one, I got this one. Whoa, that one might be better. So take a second, think of a really good question. And when I say really good, I mean like good, not one of those dumb questions. One of those good questions. And then ask it. And let me answer it. I don't know why I'm saying it that way. I do have one thing I want to see if I can tweak on this, which is, I don't know if people see that, but I made a little blip of paint down here that I got to cover up there and there. And so what I might do is take some of this and just make a little patch. That's the last second thing. Okay, Teacher Marilyn, why work in RGB versus CMYK? That is a good question. So RGB is screen-based, CMYK is print. RGB meaning that it's red, green, blue. Those three colors come together and they make white light. CMYK, those come together and they make, well, CMY, cyan, magenta, and yellow come together and they make a grayish brown. It can never quite get to black, so the black is the K, which I don't 100% know why. There's a reason why it's CMY. Like you get a broader range just in general with those, but I don't know why it's K for black. But a lot of printers at home will print RGB to the print, which means they're like essentially taking those colors and they're converting it to a 4-color process, and you don't have to do anything to your files. It just automatically will convert to CMYK. When you're sending it out to a professional printer, they often require that you put the work in a CMYK color format to make it sort of be accurate as possible. The why you need to work in CMYK, though, is CMYK can't, in other words, I think it's reflective versus refracted light, if I remember correctly. So refracted means that it's coming through and getting light added to it, i.e. RGB. K is for key. It's not for me confused with blue from RGB. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I never thought about it. Gal illustrations, thank you. When you add light into the equation, you're going to get brighter colors no matter what. And so when you print, you're never able to get as bright a color. So like one of the challenges I would have with a piece like this is some of these pinks that are showing up, and you're not even getting the pure bright pink that I get out of this, but some of these pinks would probably not show up in a print in a way that it would be as vibrant in a CMYK print. They'll look fine on screen just because the saturation, I can amp up the fluorescence, but there is certain colors that cannot actually print through a CMYK process. And so a lot of times publishers will want you to work in CMYK so you know what colors you're actually getting before you print. In other words, it's going to tone everything to match the flexibility of the paint, or I'm sorry, not the paint, but the pigments that they're using in the printing process. So you are not somehow making something that doesn't work. Let's put it that way. And so a lot of times people or students I have will come to me and be like, oh, the colors are off. And it's sometimes just because they're going from RGB to CMYK and they're seeing what's on screen and the brightness of it. And it just doesn't have the light. If I had light going through something like this and bleeding out, yeah, I could get it really bright. But you're dealing with light that has to hit the surface and bounce back up. So there's that challenge that goes along with all this. I saw another question back here. What do you feel are some portfolio must-haves to enter the kidlit world? Currently workshopping, redoing my entire body of work. Okay, so this is MSI illustration. Good question. So this is a question that shows up quite often. I've been chatting with people throughout time here and sort of talking about some of these things. And there isn't necessarily a formula, like you must have 3 of these and 2 of those and things of that sort. But there are things that people need to have in a portfolio to get kidlit work. And one of the major ones is you need to have story. you need to have some ability to showcase that you can manage a story. Now, does that story need to be super complex in all your images? No, that's not necessary. But you do need to showcase that you have an understanding of how stories work, how to manage a not necessarily a story arc, but a narrative across time. And so, you know, one image may not, like this piece doesn't have a ton of story to it, but if this was paired with something else, I would need to be able to show how this is somehow adding to a narrative, or, you know, the pacing or all those things are being controlled by this image or connected to this image in some way. The thing that I would tend to, I cut the wrong way. I need to go this way. The thing that I would say is, so having story as much as possible in all those images. So you're not just having something that's random, that's just a sort of free-floating, silly image. The other thing I would say is you need to show diversity in both character and character type. So in other words, you need to showcase that there are, you know, a variety of kids. You need to probably have some animals. You probably need to have some backgrounds. You probably need to have some things that are just going to showcase your ability to have more than just Shamar actually hinted at this idea, like, can you replicate an image or a character over and over again and have turns and things of the sort? That's great to have in your portfolio, but you also don't want your portfolio to be one story or one narrative and it has 15 images from it. That's one of the challenges I find with student portfolios. At the end of the year, they're working on all these big, long projects, and then they get to a point where they need to put their portfolio together, and if they've only done one project for a majority of their time, it looks like they're trying to sell you, what's the best way I can say this? Like, I'm trying to think of a good metaphor. Like, it's like they're trying to say, hey, look at all the fun flavors, but they don't have a variety pack. They have just a single flavor in the case, in the whatever it may be. And so that idea of, you want to showcase some versatility when it comes to multiples, but also some single one-offs, images that can hold up as an individual image. I'm trying to think there's other things that I would put in there. You need to showcase that you can do a spread, and you need to showcase that you can do vignettes, and you need to showcase that you can do single full bleeds. If anybody doesn't know, a bleed meaning that the image goes all the way to the edge of where the paper is cut, which means you actually extend the image past what you would normally cut, so that it holds up and is you don't end up with little trim edges and things of the sort that get in the way. So those are sort of the key things. I tend to think you also need to showcase, I mean, obviously voice or what you do that's special needs to be in there, but I also think that that does not mean that it all has to be the same style, that it needs to be all the same, like, you know, look. But what are the things that you're good at, and amplify those. So like the thing that I consider myself good at, and this is not necessarily me trying to brag or anything of the sort, but it's just, these are the things that I think are important in my work, is color and texture. I think if I don't have those, then it's not probably a me piece. It's not to say that I can't do something that's, you know, monochromatic or things of the sort, but I think that without that little touch of texture and color, it doesn't feel like it harkens to my body of work as a whole. And so that's what I tend to put a lot of focus on. Some people might say, hey, I really am, you know, not me, but that they're really, really good at characters. And so they put their whole focus into characters, or make sure that characters are the star of what they're working on. Great, that's fine. But know what your strengths are, basically, is what it boils down to. And emphasize it. Gracie Rue Blue says, what's your favorite color? My BFF knows mine, but I realized a few days ago that I don't know hers. Okay, so that's a good question. I go through phases. It used to be a mustard yellow. I used to love mustard yellow. So like something like a what is this one? Yellow, yellow oxide. Great, beautiful color. Recently, though, I have been more and more into fluorescent pinks, which is funny because it's not a color that I generally gravitate towards on stuff. My favorite, like some of the colors that I've been really loving. I've been loving stuff like this olive color, or what was the one that I have down here? A couple colors that I bought that I'm like absolutely in love with just as a color, and it shows up every once in a while in work or oh, here it is. This is a ash yellow that Holbein makes. That again is just like this. I don't know if this shows up on camera well, these two, but these sort of muted greens. Like there are colors. What I found is I used to love a sort of brick. Let's see. Do I have? I can even like. I can do this. I can grab colors from here and use them. So I used to love sort of earthy brick reds, mustardy yellows. I probably have a mustardy yellow here. And then sort of a turquoisey blue. Like this is the color range I used to use in college all the time. And so essentially it's a red, yellow, blue combo. What I have found recently is now I'm gravitating more towards purple. This is funny because it's just, these are the colors that I'm like fluorescent orange. And then that like, where is that one? Sort of putridy greens. And all of a sudden I've switched from the primary palette to a secondary palette. And so I don't know why, but like pinks and purples and stuff like that have been showing up more and more in my work. And there's nothing wrong with them. It's not like I'm like, oh, how could I? But it's just funny after so many years of almost avoiding those colors that all of a sudden I'm like, they're kind of cool. I should use them more. And so I have been, essentially. Essentially. Let me get a good, oh, is that brush ruined? Oh, okay, it's okay. Sorry. I doing some painting yesterday and I thought I may have accidentally left too much paint in the brush after cleaning. That would be ruined, but it's not. So what other questions we got? How else can I help? No, there's more questions than that. Gal illustration. Oh, I have all the ash colors, at least all the ones I found. I'm not sure if there's more, but the ash colors look so pretty on them. It's muted just for the right amount. Yeah, ash colors, and the other ones that Holbein makes, at least in the, I don't know if they do it in the acrylic wash, but in the acrylic they do, are ice colors. There's ash and ice, and the ice colors are like more saturated in a way, and so like if you get a ice blue, it's just, it pops really big time, and it's one of those colors that I just like. I used to love that color when I was using regular old gouache, not acrylic gouache, but just regular old gouache. But I imagine they must make it, since it's a color that's in their sort of wheelhouse, they must make that color for the acrylic gouache, but I don't have it in my kit, so I can't tell you offhand. I'd have to be in front of their display to go, hey, that's a color they offer. I'm trying to think if there's like a color that, I mean, basically opera pinks and fluorescent pinks. This one shows up in almost all my work recently, which is, oh, look at that. It's fluorescent opera pink. I also like my yellow is shifted. I like this is diarylide yellow. That it's sort of just it's more of a saturated sort of sunshine yellow that I've loved having and adding into my palette here and there. But so what is your favorite color? You have to answer that for me. You get to ask, but I get to ask back. And if you say that it's, no, I don't know. I feel like mustard yellow is like common for a lot of people for some time, and so I think it goes well with a lot of things, but I've been trying to mix it up and push that to another level. But you have to prove that you have a color that you like by telling me what that color is. You can't let it just hang out there like that. Just eating away at all of us. Waiting and waiting and waiting. I also am going to show everybody something that I did that I think is very, very funny and my favorite thing in this piece now, but is absolutely a mistake. In just a second. Mine is my profile. Oh, come on, no fair. It's your color and your name. You can't do that. I mean, you can, but like, that seems like it's too obvious, and I should have seen it coming from a mile away. Okay, my mistake that I made, everybody can judge me on, is not a perspective, sort of a placement thing. But it's also the kind of thing that I think is the thing that I love most about my work, besides the color texture. I sneezed. Okay, I'll let me finish drawing these lines, and then I'll tell you what it is, because it'd be better if this is flipped the other way to make it something that people can see. So I'm drawing my strings in, and then I'm gonna. Bass. Okay, here's what I think is funny, and I don't know if people will appreciate this, but we have the saxophone player in the background. We have the guitar player in the foreground. We have the bass player in the background. But the bass is somehow in front of the guitar player who's in the foreground. Technically, this should be behind. In my sketch, I looked up earlier and I was like, oh, I forgot to put it back there. I also forgot to put their tails in, so I got to put their tails in at some point here. So I got to have like a little tail coming out there and a little tail that's potentially like pointed up over here, and maybe another one that's pointed up over here. So they actually look like alligators. So anyways, that's my mistake for the night, but I'm okay with it. I actually think it adds a stupid element that makes the piece better in my mind. But I do need to add these tails. So let me add these tails. They don't have to be big tails. It can be a tiny little tail. I need to add tails. Okay, next question. I see there's a question there, and I'm going to get to it. Try to figure out how I can cut this so it can go the right direction. Okay, so like this. I just need to cut it at a harder angle. The question in front of me says, hold on, let me trim this. It says, what are you most proud of about your work, and what do you wish you were stronger at? Good question, good question. Okay, the thing that I'm most proud about, honestly, is it's not even, okay, so how do I say this? The thing I am most proud about with my work is not the work itself, but my approach to work, which is I feel like I'm pretty good at just sort of playing at this point and trying things and not hesitating. And so it's not actually that, like, I think it shows up in the work. Like there's the idea that I've gotten better over time at understanding what I can get away with and where I can cut corners and where I'm happy or unhappy with how the work is sort of manifested itself. Where sorry, I'm trying to find what would be a good color for this tail over here. Maybe it's just that it runs. Well, I don't want it to look like it's too close there. Maybe it just needs to be like, I don't want it to look like a poop that's coming out of the pants. Maybe this one needs to be pointed up as well. I'm trying to find the right color. This is probably the better color. I think the ability to adapt and to sort of adjust on the fly is the thing that I'm probably the most proud of. And so I would tend to lean on that as like my favorite thing about my work is the fact that it is not formulaic in a way that I used to be. Where I need to get stronger, I think none. I need to get stronger at being too good. No, or not being. I need to be stronger at being worse because I'm too good. No, I think the thing that I struggle with is one, consistency, and making sure that I am, from project to project or from piece to piece within a project, that there is a consistency. But I would actually think the thing that I probably am the worst at is I'm not good at drawing two things. One, female characters, that I'm better at drawing boys than I am drawing girls. And I know this is something that happens to a lot of folks in general. They're good at one and not the other. But I also think that the other thing that I would really love to get better at is, and this is going to sound really dumb because it should be a very easy thing to do, or at least it seems like in my head it should be easy, is illustrating adults. And why I say that is that a majority of what I end up making is kids that are goofy and silly, but not, like they have big heads and things of the sort, or they're kind of that lollipop sort of aesthetic. But then when you get to the adults, how do you transition from a kid having a big head to an adult that potentially has the same size head, but their body proportions are different? Like drawing kids is easy. I think that's an easy go-to for a lot of folks. Drawing adults is just harder when you're playing in a cartoony style, without having to go and like, well, every adult male needs to have a mustache, and every mother needs to have a pearl necklace and cat's eye glasses. Like, without falling into those stereotypes. Like, how do you make something feel real but also cartoony at the same time? And so that's something that I need to work on. That was a long-winded question, but that's your answer. Or rather, that's my answer for the question that you asked. I'm going to trim this. I'm going to stick these down because it's problematic to me right now. It's gotten to a point where I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to cover up the spots that I made. One of them being right here. Boom. This is the fun of a collage background. If I have to go add something like this, only because you're seeing it do you know that that's the reason why that little scrap is put down. Otherwise, it could be just, that's a fun little textural element that ended up in this piece. What keeps me motivated other than it being work? Where do you get your inspiration for your work, and how do you tackle art block? Okay, so what keeps me motivated? Paycheck. I mean, I'm truthfully, that's probably it. Like a paycheck, and knowing that if I don't do it, the guilt and challenge of trying to stay relevant is part of it. But what keeps me motivated outside of that, you know what it is? And this sounds really dumb in my mind, but it's the truth, is probably doing cabin doodles. It's the idea of sitting down and chatting with people in a way wherein I get to meet folks that I wouldn't normally meet and have conversations with folks that I wouldn't normally have conversations with just because we live in different locations. So be able to sit down and have those conversations and engage with people that are from all walks of life, I think is quite motivating in a sense that it just it gets me out of the world that I live in, i.e., being in teaching in college and whatnot, and seeing the same people on a regular basis. It's nice to just have variety. Now, where do I get my inspiration for my work? Mostly it's, I don't know if there's like a thing where I'm like, this is the thing that makes my work what it is, reference wise. I think it's more so that I enjoy shape design, and I enjoy the challenge of having to figure out problem solving. So I do love puzzles. That is probably something that comes into play in this, now that I think about that. I love doing puzzles and all sorts of types of puzzles, word puzzles, jigsaw puzzles, number puzzles, those kinds of things. They keep me fresh and young. And so I think part of this idea of the type of artwork that I like to make tends to lean on that sort of like, or I shouldn't say the type of artwork, but the way in which I make is I see as problem solving, puzzle solving, things of that sort. And so to me, that would be the sort of the key to some of it. I have no idea how a saxophone works, so I'm just going to draw some lines and hope for the best. And how do I tackle art block? It's a good question. I mean, I would say that I probably don't get art block often. That's not to say that I'm cooler than the rest of y'all, but I think part of it is, hold on one second, I got to sharpen a pencil. Please stay in there. Yes. Okay. It's not that I don't get art block. I think it's that I have given myself the ability to know that when I'm making work, it's never going to be perfect, and that I have allowed the flexibility to make something dumb valuable. And so the way I sort of look at this is like, the choices that I make are not always brilliant choices. Sometimes they're really, really dumb ideas, and to me, sometimes those are the best ideas that are out there. And if you value the mistakes as much as you value the successes, which I think effectively I've gotten to a point where in like the mistakes are almost my favorite part of my work. That becomes a good way to get rid of art block. That I don't see my work as being somehow less than, even if it's not a good idea. And so like that it clears the way for me to try things that would be somewhat in some people's eyes potentially like stupid or dumb or not worth the effort. And so therefore I probably don't get a lot of mistakes, or not mistakes, I just read mistakes. I probably don't get a lot of art block in general just because of that sort of mentality. I have had times where like just drawing and sketching, like it's just hard to come up with an idea. And what I tend to do to get around that is sketch shapes without thinking about what the idea is. And so the more that I play with the shape, the more I start to go, oh, that could actually work, or there's something in this little moment that I could turn into something bigger and better over time. So, like when I say shapes, it may be literally just be like, oh, like what I did for the sketch here, let me show you the sketch versus what we have here. Like the guitar gets really skinny, and it's just because I do it a little bit fast, but I like that a lot. And then it becomes, oh, if I do that, then it'd be fun if I had a little bit of an odd shaped bass here. Admittedly, I think I like this one better, but that's fine, whatever. And I start to add those elements in a way that starts to make me feel like the shape is somehow defining the character. And so just starting with some pretty simple shapes can get you there. I forgot I was going to do a hat on that guy, but I am going to do a hat on that guy. This guy, well, this guy here needs, he has a old ribbed A shirt on that comes up over his shoulder there. And then that guy's got that. I think this guy's going to have some suspenders on. That's probably what's going to come down to. Some little like black suspenders that come down over all of this. I want them to feel a little bit like they're coming from the bayou. And so we got one guy in a shirt, and I think I'm going to put a little like either a loose tie or just a collar on that, so it feels more like a collared shirt. Maybe a few buttons along the way. This is a bad one to work with. I want to work with this one. And so I'm trying to think of what else. I forget what I was talking about. What was I talking about? How do you tackle art block? Yeah, I feel like I nailed that. So I don't know if I need to talk more about it. But if people need more from that, I can go into it. But I maybe get a little boring if I keep rambling on. So what other questions we got? What can I help you with? What can I help you with? Doo-dah, ding-a-ling. Who's got that chicken wing? It's me. All right, let's get this colored in. Got one suspender there. One suspender here. I have grown to love certain Posca markers because it makes my life easier, wherein once I would get out my tiny liner brush and try to make little simple lines in my illustrations. Not that these are tiny little lines, but in my stuff for books and whatnot, having to maintain that and do all these little tiny details now have become much easier because I can just use this bad boy. They got some pants that are striped. Yeah, I just said that. I know it's pretty exciting. Do that. We'll come over here and we'll give this guy some stripes on his pants. Okay, let's make a hat for that guy though. Needs a hat. What illustrators do I admire and why? Again, good question. Good question. I dig it. I really, 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 really admire Naomi Vola. I think it's Naomi. My wife's gonna correct me in 1 second. It's either Noemi or Neomi. Vola, Vola. Because of the silliness of the work, i.e., she has a book that we have here that she had a page where there were worms on the beach, but they didn't have any shorts on, so she pixelated their little, what would be their crotches, I guess, or their naughty bits. And it's very, very funny to me that she went to that kind of silly level. I really, Christian Robinson, I think, is wonderful, and I don't think you can ever go wrong with Christian Robinson. I would say, who else is in that pantheon of love. What else is in that? I can sort of name off the top of my head. I mean, there's so many. The problem is there's too many, and so I'm like trying to think of like who are the people that I've like gravitated to recently. Oh, that's a tough one. Without me going over, I don't want to run over to my bookshelf right now, so I'm in a groove on this. But that's what I should be doing, is going over there and looking, and then I can tell you immediately sort of who those folks are. Maybe I will in just a minute. I'm gonna see if I can get some of this done here. I am going to put, like I said, the shadow on some of these. I'm going to put a hat on this little guy, and so he'll become more of that character du jour. Here, I'll do this. Here, I'll take a scrap that I don't need a big chunk of. Boom. And I'll take, ready? Let's do the big guy. Let's do the big guy. Yeah, watch this. Yeah, big fat Posca. I know you're jealous. You're jealous. Look at the size of that thing. Boom. It makes a block like that. I can go like, I can go like that. I can go on the edge. I can go, woo. Big fat Posca. I don't even know where I got this, but I got a big pack of them. I got the same thing in white too. Whoa. Actually, that's kind of pretty looking. Hold on a second. Yeah, let's see what happens if I do this. Oh, see, it's too consistent now. It was nice because it broke apart a little like that. Oh, see? Hold on. Let's take this scrap. No, it's too big of a scrap because I might reuse that. Let's see. Let's try it on this one. On this piece here. I just lightly touch it to it. There we go. Oh, look at that good texture that's coming out of that. Oh yeah, pretty. Okay, sorry. It's late at night, and I'm feeling all right. Stinky, stinky, stinky dee doo. Let's get these out of here and get rid of some of the excess white paint that's on here so it doesn't get on other things. I got to get this to dry so I can cut out what would be that hat. He needs a big old wide brim hat. The wider the brim, the better the brim. That's what they say. What brought you to my current process? It's a good question. Hold on. Does that look decent if I did that? And then his eyes are there. Yeah, I think we're probably good there. Like that. What brought me to my current process? Although this is the only time I'm using black. Maybe I just need to grab a dark section here. Do I have anything that I just covered up like the darkest scrap that I have, I think. That's not cool. Right, let me see what happens if I grab just a dark chunk. Oh, maybe that chunk right there, yeah. Okay. I'm trying to avoid using black except for in like line work kind of things in this one. As I tend to use a lot of black in the work and I don't know if I want that. Okay. What brought me to my current process? I had a guest on Gavin Doodle at one point who was a collage person, and I said, I am going to see what happens if I do collage because I've been meaning to try it. And so I decided that I was going to do that, and then I had this guest on, and I had so much fun making the collage that I said, I want to do that again. And so I got more experimental and more playful with it. The one thing that I have not been good about, that I admittedly need to work on more, is when I do the collage, the transparency gets lost a little bit more than what I would like it to. And so the equivalent of, well, if you go back and look at some of the earlier collage stuff I was doing, I liked that you could see through to multiple layers. The challenge is I need to have projects that allow for that to happen organically, and so it's not confusing to the piece. So like you can see through this arm here a little bit, and you can see through this, and you can see through moments, but I want to get a piece where like I can probably emphasize that even stronger. The hard part is it's just not always an easy thing to come to with the piece. I need to feel where that edge is. I'm trying to look and see where that, there's a little hint of where that eye that comes up over here. So I cut it to the right spot. I think it goes like this. Let me see. I'm gonna guess, and I hope this is right. If it's not, I'll be in trouble. So I do need to get back to that idea of having some pieces that are a little bit more transparent. Oh, I missed it. It's off a little bit, but I can correct for that. Because this eye comes up higher. I can correct for it. And how I'll correct for it is probably just with some colored pencil. Oh, my wife said, it's cool. This is an illustration of a bunch of gators, but we're using pinks and yellows. Yeah, this is gators. That was my goal if I was going to do this piece, honestly, Lauren, was that idea of like, I don't use standard colors. I didn't want to use greens. I didn't want to use sort of too many earthy tones and do the same thing that, or do the expected. And so the palette became this. Shoot, what was I talking about? It was, current process. So I've slowly over time been playing around with like cutting and how to find the right edge. But I think the thing that I really love about the process, or what made me sort of gravitate towards it, was when I was doing stuff with paint. I was trying to create textures and edges and shapes in a way that was me having to force my hand to get that to work. And so I was trying to like paint edges and make it look like it was a beautiful, like organic thing that happened. And in reality, it was me having to force that and make it, pronounced on the piece. And doing this, just the way that I'm working with the scissors and cutting and creating a texture, means that I'm actually getting the things that I wanted without having to do all that extra forcing. It just kind of naturally comes because of the way that I'm cutting with the scissors, and the fact that I'm cutting with scissors and not with a paintbrush, I think makes a difference to me. So I don't know if that answered, but hopefully it did. I'm gonna make these so these collars are just a little bit bigger. Yeah, I mean, essentially, when you say it's really crisp, the thing that I like most, I got a little bit of yellow on there. I don't like that. The thing I like most about doing the collage thing is the edges that I get are that much sharper, and some of the angles that I'm choosing. So like the equivalent of doing this with the legs where one's higher up than the other, or the foot being longer on this one and a different color on this one. That wouldn't happen if I were painting. I would have to, or it could, but it would take a lot of effort on my part to make that happen. Whereas if I'm just cutting out scraps and I put them down and I go like, oh, this one was, I accidentally put this one a little higher, or I want to move it around because it's a scrap of paper, I can move it and then, you know, make that decision on the fly without necessarily having to get into sketching it out and having the perfect design before I paint it. So give that guy that. This guy needs probably some little like pinstriping on the shirt of some sort. And so I'm gonna do a little there on something like that. Okay, I need to finish this little possum-y dude. I'm not even sure if he's a possum, but he's there. So what I want to see is if I get the leg here. I just realized if I did that, that looks maybe a little too risque with the placement of something. Let's put it that way. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make some little hands here that are coming out and drumming. I'm not sure if he's a possum, if he's a mouse. I'm not sure what this thing is. Maybe a rat. It's something. He's gonna have little drumsticks there. Once I get that, this will have a little stand. I guess I could draw that stand in right now. I could just do this little. Out here like this, and then it goes whoop, whoop, and then whoop. Get this nice and sharp here on these. There we go. I need to draw in the lovely little stuff that goes around the edge of this drum. I'll do this. Those are part of the, I'm not even sure how all this stuff works on a drum, but that's what it's going to look like for now. I'm going to put this in here. Like so. Got a little drum. Now I need some little drumsticks. Those I will probably do in black. It has a little. This guy's being problematic. Let me get the paint coming out a little bit better there. Drumstick on it like that. This one can go back over here like so. So he's ready to drum. Rat-ta-ta-tum, pa-ta-pa-tum-pum. Would it be possible to zoom in on the details, please? Yes, I will do this. Ready? So you can see some of the little details. Like to me, what's funny is I went and where I put that circle is not, or the little, I don't know, resonance hole, whatever, didn't line up with that. And so I made the decision to angle them. So you have this little, like, it comes this way and then drops down. But we're getting there. I got to do that. Saxophone. Oh, whoa. Hands, etc. Feetsies. They'll have little claws on them. But let me see if I can get this back up where it was. Hold on. Yeah, whoa. Ooh, now it's all like crooked. Hold on a second. Maybe this. Why is it so crooked? I think I just adjusted it weird. There we go. That's better. Let's zoom in a little bit here. There we go. Right about there. And I will pull it that way a little bit more. There we go. Okay. So I need to put in their eyes. I need to put in their teeth. I need to put in little nails. So little nails, we'll do that right now. We'll get little. Sometimes if this doesn't add, this one's kind of funky. I might actually just do it with paint. I need my little tiny brush to do that, which is up here. Let me go get one. Use this one. This one's fine. I'll do this by hand with actual paint this time. It's just going to be that much brighter if I do it this way. So I'll put little nails, little claws on these guys. Because it is a gator, and a gator has claws, right? I think. They have something sharp there. If they don't, then I'm putting little Sharpie things where they don't need to be. Do gators have claws? Who can answer? Who can answer? Do gators have claws? So if they don't, I need to make the correction now. But I think they do. Do they? They do. Okay, thank you, teacher man. Thank you. I was just about to look it up. I mean, I'm making them white, but they're not. I don't know why. All of a sudden, I was thinking, like, are they green? They have green little claws, but they have something. Enough that it's worth putting them in here. I'm not making big, dramatic things here. I'm just little white nubs. Okay. My wife's saying the same thing, that yes, they do. And so off we go. We are good. Okay. So one of the things I got to do is put in some teeth and put in some eyes. So let's do that. Let's get those in there. So this guy has his eyes like so. He's more of a caiman or something. I forget what they're called. Something like that. Then let's get some eyeballs on these guys here. On that guy. And then this guy was squinting. And I'll draw some little lines here. What I might actually do is go over this with that purple color again, just to push it back in there a little bit. Let's take my black pencil here and I will darken up behind that hat. These need nostrils. That's the sound of nostrils. My mouse had, or my dude down here had cool guy sunglasses on. So I'll fill these in like this. And then those can go back over the edge. Those ears. Let's get white. There we go. We're getting there. I get the white of those hands in there. Okay. Let's add more. What song are they playing? Credence? No way. They're playing some Robert Johnson stuff. They're like, I got some grooves, some blues that's got to come out of them. Not that I have a problem with Credence, but like I feel like they're more blues to me than what Credence would be. And so it's got a lot of soul. All right, I'm gonna try it. Hold on, I'm gonna pencil sharpen. I'll do it. I think I might have done it. This guy's gonna have. My wife and I went to a concert with our son, wherein the group had a saxophonist, a saxophoner. I don't like that term. I don't like it that way. Someone who was playing saxophone, and any time that they played saxophone, the whole crowd would erupt. It'd be like, yeah! And it was good. I don't have a problem with it. It wasn't like it was bad or anything. It was just kind of surprising that like this dude playing saxophone was like the thing that everybody was really, really psyched about. And so it was fascinating to watch everybody kind of flip out because this dude started playing saxophone. Remember that, Lauren? There's a group called The Midnight, and the songs are good. I don't have a problem with it or anything. It's just we weren't expecting, because it was a band that was the opener or sort of not the headliner that we were there for, and so it was the first time that we had really seen them. And the guy just comes out and plays this. That's what a saxophone sounds like to me, apparently. But it was just weird to have everybody kind of go woo like that. That's what they sounded like, because they loved that saxophone player so much. So much. My wife's saying something really funny, but I'm not going to let her have the credit on here. It was so good, but guess what? You don't get to hear it. It may have been the funniest thing she's ever said. But again, no, you don't get it. What, Lauren? 5 seasons of what? Sound like my wife said 5 seasons of pig molars are on YouTube or something like that. I don't think that's actually what she said, but that's what. Oh, Kids in the Hall. It sounded like you said 5 seasons of pig molars. So next time, be more clear in what you say. Yeah, 4 times poorly, so I didn't even hear it. Decino Inc. Thank you. What did I have for this guy? I'm trying to remember. Oh, this guy had a mustache too. Should I give this guy a little mustache? A jazzy mustache. Maybe I'll give this guy glasses and that guy a mustache. A little mustache was like this. Just went a little wispy. mustache. And I'll give this guy glasses. This is gotta go across. He's got glasses there. Okay, now let's see. This guy needs pupils. And they need teeth. Let's get in here and do some little teeth on these guys. I feel like this guy needs his mouth to come up a little higher. Got it like that. This guy's gonna have his mouth open, and so I think he's gonna have black actually fill this in. The reason being is then I can put the teeth in there in a way that is more effective. He's got an underbite though. Because our dog has an underbite, that's why I did that. Underbites can be cute. Am I on time? Oh shoot. I did not realize what time it was. So how much time do I have left? It's 55. I got 5 minutes left. 5 minutes. That's way less than I thought I had. I thought I had another like 20 minutes. So I got to get this done quick. So a couple things I got to do. Let's get real quickly with this guy. Let's get some little beepity boops in here. So there's some things for that guy to play. Maybe a button or two on top like that. One back over there. Let's get a little bit of a shadow underneath that. I'll get another little odds and ends in here. Okay. If I don't get to all this before this thing shuts down, we'll manage. You'll survive. What I want to do is get some little touches of color in there like that. Come in here and get that in there. And then what was it? Oh, teeth on this guy. That's what I was going to do. Little there. Singing the blues. I'm not looking at the screen right now because very jazzy. I gotta get this done before the time runs out if I can. I'm trying to get all these. teeth in here. All right, my time wise, 11:58. Gotta wrap it up, wrap it up, wrap it up, B. So originally I had them on a stage, but I don't think I'm going to do that. But I am going to put a little shadow underneath their feet if I can find the right color to do that. Something of that sort. So here, there, and a little something there with the black Posca, like so. All right, that may be all I get to tonight. Okay, so let's call it at that. These are my weird little crocodiles. I will tweak them a little bit after the fact, but my little jazzy swamp blues characters. Take it as you will. Otherwise, y'all have a lovely evening. Next week we have Meg Hunt, I believe, on. That should be a fun one. And then we have, who is it? I can't remember who's after that. I'll figure it out. I'll tell you next week. But Meg Hunt next time. Thank you, everybody, for joining. What? Subscribe to the YouTube. All right, bye, everybody.